Good morning, Vice Chair Jacobs. Just want to do a quick sound check.
Good morning, Monica.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Burns, a quick sound check from you as well.
Good morning, Mrs. Wallace.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Carter. Want to do a quick sound check?
Hi, Monica. I hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Interim County Manager. It is now 9 a.m. Just a quick reminder to please keep your mics muted and your cameras off unless you are presenting or responding to a question. And we can go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff, and community. So I know you noticed the red glasses, you notice all the red. So today is in honor of Cancer Prevention Month, that we start this meeting off that way today. There are so many people that experience cancer and their families, and it's one of our major illnesses across the country. And I just wanted to honor that today, because I don't believe we can honor it as well on Monday night, but I want to start the month off this way. And I'm sure that each one of us have somebody, a friend or relatives that has been impacted by cancer. So enjoy the red glasses. I mean, I wear them again. Today, this is it. So today is February 7th, 2022. And today is our work session. And I will read the public charge as we get started. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. So as I call this meeting to order, the first item on our agenda is our comments from citizens. We provide time on our work session for citizens' comments, and given that we are still by Zoom, our clerk, Ms. Wallace, will read comments from citizens.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, public. We received 78 comments via email beginning Friday, February 4th, afternoon until Sunday, February 6th at our 2 p.m. deadline. I will read one comment. This comment was received by a Durham resident, which provided their mailing address. As with any meeting that we have, an in-person meeting, the board does request that citizens provide their mailing addresses to ensure that they are county residents. And moving forward for our comments via email that we receive for virtual meetings, there is a request now that all comments received include your county mailing address, just so that we can ensure that the comments received are coming from Durham County residents. All comments that were received will be available on our website immediately following the meeting, and they will also be included in our minutes, and they have been received by our county commissioners. The comment that I will be reading today comes from Brittany Thomas, 3 Saturn Court, Durham 27703. I am a Durham resident, a parent, and a social worker, and I support allocating limited resources to youth mental health and social supports and evidence-based, culturally competent resources for youth in our community. Detention is not treatment. Detention is not a solution. Detention is not effective. Structural supports for families, safe and affordable childcare, access to basic needs, like healthy food and good schools, and individual and family caregiver support, for example, therapists, social workers, substance use treatment, and trauma-informed community resources are what we should be spending money on. As a taxpayer, voting, and a vocal Durham resident, that is what I demand. And that concludes the comment that was received from a resident that included their mailing address.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. And, there are so many things in her email and in a lot of the other emails that we are already addressing. And it's not that we can't continue to increase those. And as we begin our budget process, a lot of those will be addressed. It is always this board's intention is to address the things that are impacting our citizens, such as mental health, such as food disparities, all of the things that the citizen mentioned. So we appreciate their concern, and we would like for them to continue to support all those things that we intend to continue to support. I think any other comments? I think Ms. Jacobs, you had a comment that you wanted to address.
Yes, thank you, Chair Howerton. Yeah, I know we do not normally make comments during our citizen comment period, but I really felt compelled to do so today. I'm very concerned about what I perceive as misleading information that is being shared with residents. And I'm concerned about the harmful impacts of that.
Take your time, Commissioner Jacobs.
As a Jew I was very disturbed to receive an email from Carolina Jews for Justice comparing the youth home to a Nazi youth concentration camp. And again, I'm concerned about misleading information or lack of information causing harm. And I would like to address some of the issues that were shared with Durham residents in a Durham Beyond Policing email that seems to be the source of a lot of the comments that we received. And I read all 78 emails that we received. So I would like to just take a moment to provide information to the public about this issue, which we have discussed many times. And I think that there's an essential issue that there is confusion about. The courts are who decides whether a child or a youth is ordered for secured custody at a youth home. This is not a Board of County Commissioners decision. And it is only as Representative Maury, who is a former 18-year district court judge, former chief district court judge, as she noted to us, that it is only as a very serious last resort that children or youth are remanded by the court to a secured facility. And we have a juvenile court program that tries, and a court system that tries to provide other ways of dealing with unfortunate situations involving our children and youth and supporting our families. The decision that our board made is whether we provide this facility that the court requires, whether we provide it in Durham County or not. And this board has made a decision to provide a youth home here in Durham County because we want to support our children and our families here in Durham County. If we don't have a youth home here in Durham County, the situation does not go away. Our children and our youth will be sent to another county. So the decision before our board was whether we shut down our facility or we build a state-of-the-art facility here for our youth. And it is very important to clarify this issue. We all support all of the investments that we heard so loud and clear in the emails. This is not an either or proposition. In our fiscal year 2021 budget, we invested nearly $200 million in programs and services for youth and children out of our $500 million budget for the entire county and 27 departments. I also want to address a few other issues. The request for a moratorium. We asked our staff when we made our decision in December about the possibility of delaying this decision. And we were informed by our staff that there would be substantial economic costs to delaying the decision because the project had been bid in the fall. And because of the process, the bid process and escalating construction costs, it would be at least $4 million cost to delay the project. And again, that doesn't prevent us from still making this ultimate decision. Do we have a youth home or not in Durham County? I also want to address the issue again that we have, that this issue has been on our agenda. I took notes on, it's like I forgot to write it down, but since 2002, the Joint City Juvenile Crime Prevention Council has been discussing this for nearly 20 years. And it has been on the board, on the agenda of this board 24 times since 2015. This has been a publicly discussed issue for many, many years. I also want to address the issue that continuing to imply this is a 60-bed facility. This is not a 60-bed facility. It is a 36-bed facility, and the optimum capacity is 50%. So we're striving for there to be only 18 beds filled at a time. I also want to address the issue of there being no timely, reasonable justification for this. Again, we have an obligation under a 2019 legal settlement that we are obligated to accommodate 16 and 17-year-olds who can no longer be in the Durham County Detention Center due to raise the age. And that our current facility, we cannot do this in a reasonable manner, an adequate manner. So again, I really hope that we can move forward together as a community. And we're having an assessment center as a part of this facility, which we can incorporate many of the things that we have heard that the community wants and that we also want as county commissioners. And I would ask to you, our interim county manager, Hager, if staff could come back to us with a recommended plan for engagement around the assessment center and also for input from the community related to investments for our youth and children as we move forward with this year's budget. I look forward to opportunities for all of us to work together moving forward. But again, I just felt compelled to go back to the facts of this situation and some of the misleading information that is very concerning to me. Thank you for this point of privilege, Madam Chair.
You are welcome, Commissioner Jacobs, and thank you for continuing to set the record straight. Earlier at before our last meeting around on this, when this was on the agenda, our staff sent out all the facts to Durham Beyond Policing. I mean, they went back and gave the facts. So the facts are there, and how they're being interpreted and sent out on their website, I don't understand the rationale to mislead people, because they have the facts. I mean, they have every single facts about when this conversation started, who was a part of the conversation, how many times it's been on our agenda for public input. They have the facts. So I don't, to mislead people is I don't understand that. If you care about the community and if you care about the well-being of the children that you say you care about, why mislead the community? So thank you for bringing this topic and conversation back up for the community so that people understand that we're doing what we feel is best for our children. For our children. Any other comments by commissioners or staff? Not, we'll move on to our next hour. Next item is the consent agenda, and we will ask our interim county manager if she will walk us through these items, and if commissioners have questions or comments on these items.
Morning, commissioners. I will walk you through the consent items. There were a couple of questions that were asked, and we'll have staff respond to those this morning. The first item is an appropriation of fund balance of $99,000 to the sheriff's office and contract approval of Axon Enterprise Incorporated for the purchase and replacement of additional TASER equipment. The second one is 220441, proposed relocation of abandoned Ferguson cemetery. We next have 2249, approval to enter into a contract with Contact Systems to upgrade conference room audiovisual equipment in the Justice Center building using current fiscal year dollars. And there was a question for Greg Maurer on this one regarding the ability of this to address some of the remote issues. I don't know if Greg is on the call. And we can come back to that if he's not seen the email. We'll circle back to that one. Okay, the next one is the 2250 purchase of detention center replacement chiller.
Could we have, who's the person on that, just to explain that a little bit for the benefit of the community? Sean, we can't hear you.
And what we can do is we can come back to that one. Let's do that. Okay. All right, we'll come back to that one. 220051, a service contract for a new video scoreboard and sound system at the Durham County Memorial Stadium. And there was one clarification question on that one. And we will have Motrio or Zachary Pritchett to share the response to that question.
Yep, thank you. So Commissioner Jacobs, you had asked if the Sports Commission was involved in discussions regarding the video board and its capabilities regarding future bids. That has been an ongoing discussion with the Sports Commission, and they have said, based on what we've presented, that should be within bid specs for stuff we have going on moving forward. So we're looking forward to being able to add that as part of our bid for different events moving forward.
And this has been a conversation that we have been in for how long now? For around this scoreboard?
Yeah, so the scoreboard was in the CIP chain for, I want to say, the last at least 5 years regarding making the updates to a current video and video board, and then updating the sound system as part of that project. I believe, as many people on this call are aware, It has been an ongoing challenge with just moving forward in technology and disqualifying the venue from certain bids, not having the proper video or modern technology in place for those for the video board, for the scoreboard, so that it can display live action, as well as any additional sponsorship or event-based characteristics. The sound system, we also continue to receive concerns about, as it's not performing to the standard that it should be, to make sure that we have clear messaging coming out of the press box for both the overall event experience as well as from a safety perspective, making sure that if we need to make a decision regarding participant or venue safety, that we make a clear message through that existing equipment.
And could you say a little bit more about what's the benefit, of doing this?
So the benefits to doing this, first and foremost, it's a amenity that's going to help increase our capability to host more events. This is becoming a required bit of equipment at the stadium regarding any upcoming bid processes. The NAI event that we had this past fall, we barely were able to get that through, and part of the long-term growth for that event does relate back to the scoreboard. Another benefit that we will be able to foresee from this is that we will start being able to use the board more for sponsorship purposes as we look forward to kind of expanding some additional revenue streams that we have available for the stadium. And then last and not least, it's just overall from a fan experience element, it's going to bring the stadium up to the next level, allowing folks to have a more immersive experience that they haven't had here, that would match more in lines with other venues across the community.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay.
Continue. Commissioner Jacobs, question?
I just had a quick committee comment. As somebody who used to be on the Memorial Stadium Authority, this has been a long needed improvement, but I just want to note that this is a significant investment that we are making in our sports commission, because this is really our premier facility in Durham County. And I just want to note, while we each, the city and the county, do contribute a portion of our occupancy tax, that this is a big contribution that we are really making overall.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll continue.
Okay, Commissioner Howerton, I'm going to go back to 220049, and this is related.
Hold on just a second though. Did I see a hand up?
Sorry.
Sean? I saw a hand up for Sean.
Okay, yes, Sean is back on the line for the general services item. There were two items we skipped and we're going to come back to. One is the contact systems upgrade, visual audio equipment for the Justice Center building. And the second one we were going to come back to is the 2022, the purchase of detention center replacement chiller.
Okay.
And so if you don't mind, we'll do that. And since Sean's hand was raised, we'll start with him.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so I had to call in on my phone. I don't know what the issue was with the audio on my computer, but so good morning, commissioners, Madam Chair,
Morning.
Manager Hager. So I had y'all want kind of an overview of the detention center chiller replacement. So back in August, one of the two chillers that runs the HVAC system for the detention center had a hard fail, could not be repaired. While the building can run on one during peak use, it cannot, and it needs a second one. And we also run the two chillers, call it lead lag. So one runs while one rests for a certain period of time, and then we run the second one so we don't run one down into the ground at one time. So with the not being able to repair and being in August and still having some heat seasons left, we needed to get it replaced. The issue was that it was about a 12-week lead time, and we had about 2 weeks to actually get the purchase in. Otherwise, we were going to see about a $12,500 increase due to the economy and all the material increases in construction costs and stuff. So we had put in for an emergency funds reservation to actually purchase the chiller, and due to my oversight, that was not brought in front of the board after we got the approval for the emergency funds reservation to do at that time. I kind of thought with the approval of the emergency funds reservation that we were good to go. I did not realize that it still needed to be brought in front of the board, so that was my oversight. Finance had caught that and brought that back to our attention that we still needed to bring it in front of the board. So that's why it sits here today. Just so everybody's clarification, everybody's on the same page. So the chiller has been purchased. It's actually being installed right now. The installation cost of that chiller is being covered by Brady Train. While the warranty was up on the equipment, that we are in a 15-year performance contract with Brady Train, where they guarantee us utility savings for the equipment that they installed back in 2012, 2013. This piece of equipment is expected to run probably about at least 12 or 15 years before we really start thinking about having to do a replacement. And being that we were only around year 7, year 8, so they did agree to cover all the installation and removal of the existing one, and we just had to pay for the unit itself. So that's kind of the background on it. Again, my oversight on not bringing it in front of the board when it was first purchased or needing to be purchased and approved for the purchase. So I apologize for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Howerton, I would like to say thank you to Sean for his efforts, and our teams work together. We have these emergency issues that come up, and they are always very vigilant. So Sean, we appreciate you. And although the issue came up, we're working through it. So thanks to purchasing and all of you as well.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So then the next one, commissioners, is the question related to the approval of the contact systems contract to upgrade 3 conference room audio visual equipment in the Justice Center building. And Greg, the question was whether or not these investments would help with virtual court hearings associated with the detention center. And this may or may not be a question that you can respond to, but we will follow up if it's not one that you can handle.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning.
Morning, Greg.
Good morning, County Manager. No, at this point in time, I cannot answer that question, but we can do the research to find out. Right now, we are simply upgrading the technology in those rooms to make them usable for whatever purpose that they may have in mind. I'm not sure what that purpose is, but we can go back and find out.
I do know that they had equipment that was not functioning, basically.
That is correct. That is
and
correct.
So as court proceedings occurred, if the TV didn't work, that was less effective. And so, but we'll give a more specific response to that.
We'll get the answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, I will move right along. The next question, the next item is 2022 52, the budget or an amendment to appropriate fund balance of $125,000 for jail medical care and amending the jail health contract. There was a question about the possibility of using other dollars to support this because we've received other federal and state dollars, and we'll have to use either reserves or realignment of the existing dollars. So I think that will cover one of the questions related to that one. The next one is 2022-59, which is an approval of ambulance purchase and a cooperative agreement and a budget ordinance amendment of $1.1 million for 5 ambulances and the appropriation of $131,000 from general fund balance, transferring 81,000 across functional areas for a total of $1.3 million. The ambulance purchases were higher than we originally budgeted. As you know, with supply chain issues with new and used vehicles, prices are much higher. And so I will entertain any other questions with this, and Jim Groves is on the video for questions.
Okay, I see all hands up. Okay, I'll start with Commissioner Carter, then Commissioner Burns, and then Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really wanted to lift up the additional costs that we're contributing towards the Stealth Power anti-idling system that will be installed to help reduce emissions and just help us achieve our climate control goals. Really appreciate our, just throughout the organization, our staff looking at all the different ways we can, be aggressive here. Really appreciate that.
Okay, Commissioner Burns.
She took mine. That really was it. We always see these grant opportunities for buses, right? And we see people, for anybody who serves on any of the transportation boards, we see this kind of alignment with electric buses, how much they cost more, and the fact that we had a staff that knows that this is an important issue for us and said, okay, we're gonna come back. It's gonna be $20,000 more, but y'all said y'all care about this. So we're gonna put $26,000 extra dollars in here. And for anybody who's ever been to a hospital, they do sit and have out of time because they got to be ready to go, right? Like we don't always crank things up and take off. So it lets you know, I'm a country kid. I say, you don't always crank things up. So I'm just happy that we were able to make this investment. I'm happy that we're able to make this, and I hope we can get other people to follow us. So Claudia, this is really me saying, could we write a white paper to NACO so they'll know that this is what we're doing down here in Durham and that this is important and everybody should be doing it. So those are my comments.
I will make one quick comment. The Jim and his team and the previous EMS director were leaders in the state many years ago when we started moving towards this ambulance type. We did get a lot of pressure and some scrutiny, but a white paper that highlights our path in this space would be a great suggestion. Yes, we need to toot our horn a little bit more.
Yeah. And NACO is always looking for things that they can highlight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the conference is coming up next week and they're always asking commissioners, counties for things that they can highlight in their counties. Yes. And that by highlighting them, a lot of times it means there's resources comes along with it. Yeah. Commissioner Jacobs.
So Jim, I see that palm tree waving and the waves moving back there.
I tend to convince myself that it's not cold and rainy outside.
Yeah, I just want to pile on here. I love this name, Stealth Power. Anti-idling system. I love the name. But yeah, this item is really connected to the one of our discussion items later today, which is our renewable energy plan. And I guess one of my questions was going to be for staff is, are we going to kind of keep track of, I hope that we'll have some method of keeping track of the things that we're doing and be able to, issue a report out to the community or to, other organizations about the work that we're doing in this area and the investments that we're making. And it's amazing. This will result in a 23% fuel reduction with this. So it is a worthwhile investment. Thank you.
Okay, I just have one quick question, Jim, and thank you and your staff, as always, for incredible, innovative stuff that you're doing. So the timeline, as far as delivery, it's going to be 5 ambulances that you're purchasing. Do you have any idea of the timeline for, and I know that that's hard to say, but
Yes, ma'am.
what's your anticipation?
From
Go ahead.
speaking with our vendor, it's going to be about 9 months. Just supply chain is our biggest concern, to be able to get the chassis in. And just in all transparency, we are going away from the traditional model of ambulance that you're used to seeing right now, the Mercedes chassis, and we're going to more of an American-made. Parts should be easier to get. Our current ambulances, part of it is built in Canada and then shipped over the border. So sometimes we have delays in kind of getting through that customs piece of it. So this is now, it'll be a Ford 550, pretty heavy duty chassis. All of our ambulances will now be 4-wheel drive. And you know, our deployment model right now with our ambulances, they're running just about the entire shift. They are rarely shut down unless we're not that busy. We're able to back the units back in the bay and plug them up. So really excited about the carbon dioxide we'll be throwing in the atmosphere, carbon monoxide that we're going to be throwing in the atmosphere from our units idling all the time. The stealth power will keep the unit environmentally controlled to make sure our drugs are at a good temperature. You know, the lights, all the wheels will still remain operational when the idle shuts down. So this stealth power system really has the opportunity to provide us a lot of savings and tell a great story with what we've got going on. And another reason why we have chosen this other ambulance model is Mark did a great job soliciting input from the entire EMS organization, from the CMT or medic to our drivers to our supervisors. So our employees developed this spec, and we brought a bunch of different vendors in. We had our employees drive these different ambulances out there, and this is what they chose. So this is truly a team effort. It should be something that saves us money in the long run on parts. And obviously the stealth power is going to save us fuel, but also I think the better story is we're not going to be throwing these gases into the atmosphere and contributing to potential global warming. Another interesting point is if we kept our existing ambulance that we're driving right now, we would need to have 2 of these systems per unit. So it would be double the cost of the stealth power versus this new unit coming on, we just need 1. So I did want you all to know that the typical Mercedes that you're seeing out there right now, we spent a lot of time looking at what our maintenance records have been, what our fuel records have been, and we think that this is a much better solution.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you, and to your team. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Thank you again, Jim. All right, move on.
All right, the next item is 2264, a budget ordinance amendment for the Public Health Department to recognize $71,990 for the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Public Health Epidemiology Communicable Disease Section Branch. Okay, 2022.
Commissioner Jacobs, you have your hand up.
I just was wondering, I don't know if Rod is here or Joanne. It's amazing that we are getting so many refugees coming to our community. And I'm just wondering, out after this screening, how are refugees and immigrants connected to health services if there is found to be any needs? Just, I understand this is the initial screening, but what happens after this step?
Thank you for that question, Madam Vice Chair. Good morning to commissioners and interim county manager Hager. Excellent question. We have seen an influx of refugees, and we're delighted to serve them. We have been in contact with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, thus the indication that we have an uptake, so they thought it not robbery to provide us more funding. We have an excellent relationship with Lincoln Community Health Center, Duke University, and also UNC Health. So once they have got through the initial screening, which can be an arduous task, as you would imagine, with language difficulties and just kind of getting them squared away, we do referrals to those three areas. And so far, they've been going very well. We've just been doing our best to keep up with the volume, Madam Vice Chair, because as you would imagine, it's been quite the undertaking.
Thank you so much, Rod.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions, concerns? Okay. Okay, move on.
Okay, the next one we have is item 2265, authorization of an amendment to the architectural design services contract with R&D Architects for renovations to the Durham County Sheriff's Training Facility. The contract amendment is for $44,280, and the total contract is $762,500. And this is budgeted within the CIP. The next, okay, Commissioner
Commissioner
Carter.
Carter.
Sorry.
Just want to take every opportunity to notice and commend our staff on, any investment that brings solar generation on site to our county facilities, and the increased cost here again is partially attributed to that very thing. And this includes now funding for photovoltaic design so we can have on-site solar generation, in addition to the solar hot water heater that was already planned. So just really pleased to see these things.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. I saw another hand. Okay, if there's nothing else, we can move on.
Okay. Item 66, the Board of County Commissioners or designation of the county's Office of Emergency Services, Fire Marshal Division to make all public school inspections and reports and approval of the interlocal agreement between the county and the city of Durham for inspections and fire investigations.
Questions, concerns? Okay. I don't see any
Next.
hands.
We have 2022-067 Durham County Matching Grants Program, approval of the 21-22 grant cycle.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
I just wanted to note this fantastic program that has just been such a success in our community. And that this year, I guess we are funding 5 projects at $81,000 total. And I'm just and leveraging 3 times that, $270,000 worth of projects. But I'm wondering, do you know what the total number of requests were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I do want to say one thing, and then I'll have Brendan Moore on our staff jump in here. I was looking at your agenda item this morning, and there's actually an error in your summary table. I alphabetized them before I handed them in, and it didn't total them accurately. It actually is $100,000 in projects.
Okay.
The narrative talking about the projects is correct, and your agenda summary is correct, and I'll get a revised attachment there. I'm like, wait a second, how did that become 81,000? So I did want to make sure you knew that. And then I'm going to let Brendan Moore, who manages the program, answer the second part of your question. Thank you, Vice Chair Jacobs.
And Jane, as I don't know if it's you or Brendan, would you just share with the public what it is that when we talk about matching grants program, the purpose?
Sure.
Of that.
Brendan, I'm going to let you answer that because you do such a good job managing the program.
Sure. So the program is designed to provide new recreational or amenities or open space properties for Durham County, and it is a 50-50 matching grant. We do have a separate mini grant that we offer for grants under 5,000 that brings it to a 25% match. But we this year had actually a total of 8 applicants requesting a little over $190,000. And we were able to, through the Matching Grants Committee of DOST, award 6 grants, 5 of which were given their full amount, and 1 which was given a reduced amount, but still close to $20,000, over $25,000. And we had 2 grants that were not funded this year.
I think one of the other things that's really interesting about the grant program for both commissioners and the public, when we talk about it being a 50-50 grant, the 50% in the match that's provided by the applicants, they are allowed to count their volunteer labor or donated services. So it's not a cash match. So if you're an organization, whether it's a PTA or a neighborhood group, being able to count your volunteer labor and get credit toward your match is a really kind of unique way for Durham County to really leverage these very active neighborhood groups and community organizations that we know really care about providing additional amenities in their neighborhood.
Yeah, and we also had several first-time applicants this year as well. And over the last 5 years, we've had several applicants new to the program. So we're reaching more and more organizations throughout the county.
Well, thank you. And I was really thrilled to see the geographic diversity, that they're really located all over the county. One of my follow-up questions was, because one of the stipulations is that all of these investments have to be in a public facility where the public can use them. How do we get the word out to the community about, for instance, the playground that's going to be at Christus Victus Lutheran Church?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering how do we share this information so that people know, hey, you've got this park near you, you can go to a playground or a trail?
That's a great question, and it's actually one that the committee asks as well to a lot of these groups. So during the application process, sometimes the committee will send follow-up questions, and that's one of the most common ones. And for example, to Christus Victor, their response is that they are located right next to a very large apartment complex as well as other residential area, and they plan on hosting a very big grand opening and sending out invitations to all of their neighbors. We also post the information on our website. We also give every group a sign to put up. We've asked groups in the past to post their public hours. For example, if we have a school or a church, well, that the facility may be closed during certain hours to the public, but then we make sure that the public is aware that it is open during non-school hours or non-service hours. So we work individually with each group to make sure that their facility is signed appropriately and that they are that the community is aware that it is a public resource.
Thank you, Brandon.
Commissioner Burns?
Quick follow-up to something that Jan said, that we allow people to do in-kind match. But well, one, y'all, great job. Let me do that first. And I
Thank you.
am excited about getting the word out about these public spaces. I agree with Commissioner Jacobs, and I think it's incumbent upon us to let folks also know from our own, pulpits, to let people know, hey, we funded these spaces. You wouldn't know that they're public, but they are. But I did want to ask, Jan, I know that the volunteer calculator has gone up. This is random, so I don't know if you and Brandon, long time ago, volunteer hours were like $17 an hour. Like when you want to do in-kind, it's like 27 or 28 now. Can you tell me what we quantify per hour for our volunteers? Does anybody know the hourly rate? Because I know it went up in 2020. Anybody know?
Yeah, and we actually have a separate rate for like skilled hour. Like they can bill, like if somebody were to donate engineering services or needed heavy equipment brought out, they can bring in. I think that I want to say that it's around, I think we have it up to, I have to go back and double check it, but I think it's around $70 an hour for the skilled labor. And
whatever their market rate is.
Yeah.
If they can demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about that for skilled labor. As the only reason why I ask, I think sometimes people, when they do hour for hour, we had it, and I'm talking about a basic volunteer. I'm talking about just some of us going. People think it's $7.25, right, and I know that it's much higher than that, even for a basic rate. No, but that helps that it varies. Thank you. That clarifies. I hope if people, did you hear it, America, the Durham, you can quantify hours fairly. So thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Jan. That was my only follow up.
So any other questions? And thank you for getting the message out as much as possible. One of the questions or concerns that I keep hearing from the community is that they didn't know about it. And I know we do an awful lot of putting stuff on our websites, sending it out in our emails, and citizens are still saying that they don't know about it. So if you have other ideas about how to get the message out, I know the board is open to hearing what those ideas are, because we're getting the information out as frequently and as urgently as we possibly can. And we're still hearing from citizens that they didn't know about it. Right. So just anything that you think of, just feel free to let us know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next one is 2269, a capital project amendment transferring $167,444 from the collection system to the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant to cover the construction cost increases and to approve the contract amendment with Pipeline Utilities to increase the existing contract. Okay. The next one is 2270. This is another budget ordinance amendment transferring $254,617 of available capital finance fund dollars to support a general fund public buildings fund center to pay for construction at the Leesville Road Firehouse to allow the Tooth Fairy mobile dental clinic vehicle storage, as well as execution of a construction contract with Riggs Howard Builders for modification to the Leesville Firehouse to allow the Tooth Fairy vehicle storage. Okay. Next, we have
Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I had submitted a question about it, and I didn't know if I didn't know if staff had sent a response yet to this, or it could be sent later.
Commissioner Jacobs, we'll follow up on that one. I must have missed that one, so my apologies.
Okay.
But we'll follow up before the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is 2271. This is the annual report, the Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Next, we have 22. Okay, there's a question.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And I didn't know if Dale McKeel was here. I know Commissioner Carter is our liaison to BPAC. I just really wanted to commend BPAC for this excellent report. I mean, I was just amazed when I read how much BPAC has done and all the things that BPAC has been involved with. And I had three follow-up questions. One was, what was the outcome of the issue related to the ATC extension, the Beltline extension that was going to be through the ATC project, whether that was going to be included. And secondly, about the Raleigh UDO includes protected bike lanes as well as sidewalks with new developments, whether that was something that was going to be requested of when the UDO is revised. And also just to commend you all on the picture, the impact that you all had with NC 54 project, making sure that the sidewalk got included. But if you could just respond to those two questions, Dale.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners and Chair Howerton. I'm Dale McKeel with the City of Durham Transportation Department and liaison to the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. The answer to your first two questions regarding the American Tobacco campus and the UDO amendment, those are still under discussion. There have been some additional meetings with the American Tobacco campus about trying to incorporate improvements to that connection with the consultant that's doing the design work for the Beltline, and there does seem to be an interest in trying to figure out a way to make that connection work. And with the other question about the Unified Development Ordinance, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission has not made a formal recommendation on that, but they are still looking at that, and we'll be discussing that as they meet this year.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I lost a little bit of what you said. My computer froze, but I would just say that I hope that DPAC will continue to really push on these issues, because the public sector cannot pay for all of these improvements for our community. We really do need the development community to honor our plans and our priorities for the community. And I do hope that that those will be able to move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes, I also wanted to just lift up from this report two things, in addition to what Commissioner Jacobs said about the list of accomplishments being long and all of their efforts being extensive. This group is really committed to racial equity and equity mobility. There's been a lot of work around that. I know that this group spent a lot of time drafting a statement of commitment to equity, and also a land acknowledgement statement that they read at the beginning of every meeting. And the Environmental Affairs Board also does this. And also both of these groups meet together sometimes because they have overlapping missions somewhat. And it's great that they're also trying to incorporate youth more in the work that they do. I also would want to assure everyone that the very detailed work that's done around development review to make sure that we are in compliance is amazing. The volunteer effort that requires is very large. And I think that the group does a great job with it too.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Commissioners? Seeing no other hands, thank you so much, Dale. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
We can move on.
The next item is 2273, sale of South Park deck at American Tobacco campus.
So would you have staff share a little bit more than what's on the documents that we received? It would be great to just give the community a little highlight on this item.
I will refer to Nancy Mitchell. She
Okay.
is our senior real estate officer, and Jane Corse will also weigh in. And there are others, Perry Mans, Jay Gibson, our attorney, our budget director, that may also weigh in as well.
Okay.
But Nancy, I'll turn it to you.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, Chair Howerton, members of the board, and Manager Hager. We are bringing this item to you today. This has been under discussion with the board on numerous occasions, actually. We were asked in late 2019 by the previous county manager to open discussions with American Tobacco campus. They had reached out to the county desiring to purchase the deck from the county. We then went into our COVID period, as we all recall, and our appraisal of the deck was concluded in fall of 2020. The negotiations with American Tobacco have been very straightforward and not terribly complicated. The value of the deck has been appraised at $12,210,000. That's the agreed upon sale price by both parties. The process for selling the deck, while normally when we sell large parcels of real estate like this, we would put it out for public bid. In this circumstance, because we do have a lease with American Tobacco on this parking deck, and in consultation with our county attorneys and with the support of the board in closed session several months ago, we are moving forward with the sale of the deck based on a private sale under General Statute 168-267. If there are specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you,
And
Nancy.
I would like, Chair Howerton, you were asking for both the board and members of the public a little more background, and Nancy provided some very good background on the sale of the deck and how we got here. I just want to provide a little bit of a historical tour of how we got here. The county did build this deck as a stimulus to make the American Tobacco project happen. So did the city. The city built a parking deck, which was sold, I think, 4 years ago back to the private sector. But when this deck was constructed in 2004, it's hard to almost even remember what downtown looked like south of 147. The Performing Arts Center was not completed until 2008. American Tobacco was an empty warehouse looking for being reused. The county entered into the construction of this deck, not with some goal of a long-term investment that we were going to own a parking deck at American Tobacco forever, but as a direct way to help make the American Tobacco economic development project happen. And both the city and county decks were, I feel like I can say honestly, wildly successful in that. If you think about what has happened in that area over the past 15 years. The purposes for which the county entered into the ownership and construction of the deck has been very successful. And if you think about it, our need to be there and our need to have capital costs sunk into that deck is no longer there. The subsidy that we put into helping to make that whole area become economically vibrant, it has been successful. And the sale of the deck now provides the opportunity for the county to reclaim those ED dollars at, the market rate with a very long-term lease on that deck, but to take that $12 million and to use it maybe towards some of the many other economic development or housing or other good projects that the county would like to invest those funds in. And so if we had felt that our continuing subsidy of that area through our ownership of the deck was critical to the success of that area, we wouldn't have been entering into these discussions. But at this point, based on what has happened since 2004, our need to be the owner there has, that area has fledged and taken off, I think, beyond even expectations. And so that is why I think the staff is so comfortable that it's time to, again, recapture that value and to put that money to other purposes. So again, Nancy helped answer the technical questions, and I just wanted to give you that brief walk down memory lane.
Thank you, Jane.
Jane.
Thank you. And Keith?
Commissioner Howerton, thank you, Chair Howerton. Just from a financial standpoint, the county since approximately 2005 or 6 has earned close to $8 million in revenue on that deck by renting out parking spaces. So it's not just the $12 million sale, it's 15 plus years of annual payments to the county from the American Tobacco Company, whoever owns it, in terms of renting out spaces. So it's 12 million plus close to 8 million, 7.9 plus million dollars that we've earned annually in like $500,000 increments up to $600 plus thousand. That money has gone into the capital financing fund every year and has offset our debt service costs and or new capital project costs. So it's the 12 million plus the 7.9 million that we've earned over 20 years. It's the total net revenue coming back to us for that investment.
That's worth having an investment, is it not?
That's right. That sounds like a NACO policy report as well. A great example of economic development.
And this is Susan. I just want to let you know that the total cost for the construction initially, when we capitalized the asset, was about $14.368 million. But you got to understand, it's been quite a while since we've utilized the new asset. So I wanted to make sure that you're aware that the current.
Oh, she froze up.
I like she froze up. That's okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay. There she's back.
Okay.
You're back?
Okay, yes. I just wanted to make sure that you are understanding that the net value, so the value right now, net of depreciation as of the end of FY21 was not quite 9.8 million. So there is a profit involved.
So you said it's not quite 9?
Yes. Yeah, it's a little less than 9.8 million.
Okay, super. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Well, thank you so much. This is extraordinary. We could have more investments like this. We could do a whole lot more.
Yes. Fantastic.
Thank you. All right. We want to continue.
Okay, we'll move to the next one. We have 2022-75 Utilities Contract Amendment for Polymer with Polydyne Inc. And this is for our wastewater treatment plant. Number 2280, award the contract for phase 2 of S2 security access control and video management systems at various buildings. Commissioners, that is our last consent item.
Okay. Thank you so much, Interim Manager Hager. Any other comments or questions regarding our consent agenda? If not, we'll move on to the discussion items. And our first discussion item is 220072, Durham County Transit Progress Report. And we have Ellen Beckman as the lead person with our Durham County Transportation Manager on this item, and you can introduce others on your team.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is the annual tax district report from Go Triangle. We have this report every year. The current interlocal implementation agreement for our transit plan designates Go Triangle as the tax district administrator and says that there will be an annual report like this given to the Board of Commissioners. So Jennifer Hayden is here to give the presentation. I note that Sandra Freeman from Go Triangle is also present, and Catherine Eggleston from Go Triangle is also present, and Erin Kane. Erin Kane is the staff working group administrator from the DCHC MPO. So obviously this is a big team effort with a lot of players at the county, the MPO, Go Triangle, city, various people all involved in administering the tax district and implementing projects. So you have the report in your materials. Jennifer has a presentation. The other thing I want to note is that there is a report on the Durham Orange Light Rail project costs in your materials. This has been requested in the past, and Go Triangle prepared this new one-page summary that I think improves how the information is presented in a succinct, easy to understand manner. So that's also available in your materials. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer to give the presentation.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to let you know that at this time, Sandra Freeman is not able to join. She had another meeting to attend. So if you have any questions that would be directed straight to her, we can either let her know and she can join back onto the call, or she can get back to you individually. I'm going to share my screen now so you can see the presentation. There we go. Let me know if you can see it. Oh.
No, not yet.
Am I in sharing screen mode first? Right now, am I the host?
Yes, ma'am. I have Jay Hayden's screen only listed as the co-host.
Okay. Let's see.
There we go.
You can see it. Oh, here it comes. Okay.
There we go.
And almost there. There we go. Oh my. Just bear with me for one moment. Get rid of that. And there we go. Get rid of that. Okay. Here we are. And I need to just move that over to the side. All right, excellent. Thank you for bearing with me during that. So this is the fiscal year 2021 annual report. The fiscal year ran from July 2000 to June 30th, 2021. And what this report is a portion of the Go Triangle annual report for fiscal year 2021, in which Go Triangle reports on all of the activities related to transit that were funded through the transit plans, Durham, Orange, and Wake counties. Each county has its own separate section within the report, and the full report can be found at Go Triangle's website under publications for annual reports. This presentation is just based on the Durham County portion. And so move on, and the agenda that we'll be following on this report are going to be the Durham County Tax District Progress Report. So we'll let you know what types of activities were done. And then the second portion will be the financial report. How much did it cost to run those activities and how much tax dollars were received in order to fund them. So to begin with, capital projects. During the fiscal year, there were 25 bus stop improvements completed, including construction of the Glenview Station bus stop. The City of Durham's first bus-only lane was implemented at the streets of South Point. The actual development of that occurred in fiscal year 2020. So it is online now and functional. The design of bus stop improvements at Mcfarland Drive and Witherspoon Boulevard, which serves the Patterson Place Park and Ride lot, that design has been advanced so that it will be able to go into construction soon. And there were 7 buses procured for expanded services, and 2 of those are electric, and that is the photo there. That is one beautiful electric bus. And there were also advancements in the design for 50 additional Go Durham bus stop improvements, and those are planned to be constructed this fiscal year, 2022. As far as operations go, there were more than 5.6 million trips to employment, education, healthcare, and recreational destinations. And there were 7,000 trips by Go Durham Access, Senior Shuttle, and Paratransit services. The Route 310 expansion improved service between Durham, Morrisville, and Cary. Service was increased every 15 minutes on Route 5 between Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway and the streets at South Point Mall. And the routes 1, 2, and 4 night and Sunday service to every 30 minutes was increased. The Route 8 Saturday service increased to every 30 minutes. And although the ridership remained lower than normal due to the COVID pandemic, the recovery was steady and it reached about 65% of pre-pandemic levels by the end of the fiscal year. So recovery there is coming along. And, oops. There we go. Oh, pardon me for 1 second. The Durham County Tax District fiscal year 21 progress report for planning is that we continued work on phase 2 of the Greater Triangle Region Commuter Rail project to further design the concept and to build consensus among stakeholders and engage the community. There was continued work on the study of improving or relocating the Regional Transportation Center. Feasibility study was completed and conceptual design of improvements to the passenger experience at the Durham Station Transportation Center. And the regional fleet and facility study was begun. And an update to the Durham County Transit Plan was initiated. Now we're up to the financial portion. Pardon me, I have to move something. I can't see my screen. So overall revenues were $41.5 million. And of that were the vehicle registration taxes that came in at $744,000. Now that's a $3 vehicle registration tax. There's a $7 vehicle registration tax that came in at $1.7 million. And a vehicle registration tax is the tax assessed to DMV vehicle registrations. Then there is the vehicle rental tax, which comes from car, truck, and other types of vehicle rentals that occur in Durham County. And those came up to nearly $1 million, $986,000. Other revenues included $3.9 million, and the half-cent sales tax was $34 million. And so that was the combination of all the revenues that were incurred for fiscal year 21. And then how those dollars were spent, tax district administration, $139,000, capital planning, $1.3 million, and the commuter rail transit, $1 million, transit plan administration, $1.3 million, vehicle acquisition, $1.4 million, bus infrastructure, that would be the bus stops and the lanes, etc., $4.2 million, transit services, just the regular operations of the bus and other types of services, $6.5 million. And then the remaining $25.6 million was allocated to the Durham Transit Tax Fund. Those dollars are already, in most cases, assigned to ongoing capital projects. There are other projects that are coming forward that are already assigned to those dollars. So I know that dollar amount looks quite large, but it is all part of the transit plan that we know that we're going to sometimes have more dollars received in a year than are actually spent, but it's for ongoing projects. And we know that we've had feasibility studies that's going to turn into an actual project, that type of activity. So that being summed up, now, if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions from commissioners?
Thank you, Jennifer.
I don't see any hands. So if you
I
could
see
take that,
I see Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Carter.
okay, if you could take your screen, take your presentation down so that I can see.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So just to let the board know, so I'm on the board of Go Triangle, and I've just let them know that the board has questions regarding all of the finance, and that I would like to see to ensure that the board gets all the information that it needs to going forward. We have new people on the board that have not been here since all of this, the inception of this. And sometimes we move through it so fast that we need a little bit more clarity about how the money is being spent, especially when it's large chunks of money. How to be able to break those numbers down so that everybody understands what's going on. And I think that has not been happening, because we get so many questions from the community regarding how the money is being spent. And if we can't answer their questions, then as their elected persons, then we're in trouble. So I've asked Go Triangle if they could be a little bit more clear about the numbers. So just as a backdrop, commissioners, Commissioner Burns, and just Commissioner Burns is on the tax, what is that committee?
Special Tax Board, I'm vice chair.
Okay, she's on the special tax. So she's watching those dollars too, just for the community to know that. All right, you had a question?
This is really quick, and this is not for Jennifer. This is just the one. Thank you for the presentation, Jennifer. It is much appreciated. I think you did a good job of making this consumable for the public, but I would concur with Commissioner Howerton. I can think one of the first interviews that Commissioner Alam and I did, and this is before we were sworn in. This was after the primary. The first interview we were in together, the very first question that we were asked, we were not even on the board yet, was what happened to all the light rail money? Well, I just imagine if me and Commissioner Alam in 2020, there's no answer we can give. There's no word we can have. But the thing is, to go along with Chair Howerton, people have a different expectation of Commissioner Alam and I in 2022. And so on last week, I requested that we get further information, and Commissioner Chair Howerton and I also requested additional information from Go Triangle. Now, you will see in our agenda that it says Durham Orange Light Rail Transit Project expenses. And I like this chart. It's consumable by the public. But what I would remind people is we have a very educated residency here in Durham. And so when we see things like consultant, let me be very clear, we want that disaggregated. We want $86 million disaggregated. We want $12 million disaggregated. And so at some point, I know that the public is looking at this. I know that they're looking at this presentation. We are making that request. I am making that request that we get this information disaggregated. Now, to the public, if I come up missing after this meeting, y'all know Commissioner Burns at least asked for this stuff to be disaggregated because we have not gotten that information, and it's been far too long. And it doesn't mean that we can't do both. We can ask the tough questions and still move along with our transportation plan. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. And I just want you to know that we are working on those. And those are my only comments. Thank you, Chair Howard.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. And you can definitely count on that. We're asking those same questions. Orange County and Durham County is asking those questions because we have to be accountable to the citizens that
and wait.
Yeah.
And wait,
and wait as well.
Yeah, they pushed this,
and I believe that, when you are not intimately involved in this conversation every day, it takes a little bit more to pull it all together and to understand it. I know staff understands it from 0 to 20. They understand it so well, and because they work with it every day. We do not. And if we are going to be the representatives for our citizens and have to vote on these things, we must understand what's going on. So if we seem to be concerned, it's because we have to be concerned, and we need to ask those questions and get clarity around these numbers. Okay, there was another question. Ellen, did you have something?
Well, I could work with Go Triangle to provide some of that information on the consultant costs more disaggregated. I'm sure they have it. This chart, I think, does a good job of summarizing the expenses in one page, but there is a lot more detail that could be provided, and we can work with them on that.
Thank you.
And then the other thing I note is that I've talked about before is that, with the transit plan development, we are looking at the roles and responsibilities of all the boards in the ongoing implementation of projects and what type of role Durham County would like to have moving forward. So we could, there's more to come on that, but there's certainly room for us to provide, a higher degree of involvement by the commissioners and more reports or anything. It is a lot. Like, as you noted, this is transportation, and transit is complex, and there's a lot of detail. It does take a lot of effort to understand it fully and completely. But
and Ellen, if we need more time on the agenda for you to present clearly what it is, to be able to articulate from whatever point to whatever point you need to with us, then just let us know, and we will make time on the agenda to make that happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do plan to have a update next month on the transit plan development and the commuter rail project specifically. So we'll be back with more soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I do have several questions. Jennifer, thank you for the presentation. Related to the one pager for the light rail, I agree there needs to be more detailed information. Some people just want a one pager and some people want to know the details. I would also suggest, and Ellen, maybe you can assist with this, to put the expenses over the 7-year period into a timeline context to help also people understand the decision points and the execution points related to the light rail project. I think that would also be very helpful. And I just want to get confirmation though that this project is now closed out other than the real estate involved. And I have some follow-up to understand with the real estate that is still owned by Go Triangle, but is within Durham County. My question is, what is going to be the process for decision-making about the use of these parcels, potentially for future transit investments or transit-oriented development? That's one of my questions.
So we can work on the timeline and the cost. As for the real estate cost, you're right. There are multiple parcels in Durham County that were purchased either for the light rail project or the previous regional rail project that have some, ownership by the transit plan. We've talked about that, but we haven't made any decisions on what to do with those parcels at this point. We had been, some of them are still valuable for the purposes of the commuter rail project. So we want to hold on to those. The one that is less directly useful at this point is the land that was purchased for the rail operations and maintenance facility. So that's over off Farrington, Ephesus Church Road. Picture that area. So we haven't made any decisions on what to do with that property. I don't know if Catherine wants to speak to that, but we also don't have a policy that says how we make those decisions either. So that might be the first step, is to discuss and set a policy for how that decision is made.
Well, that's why I wanted to flag it. And some of the things that I'm going to raise now, I don't necessarily need a response now, but I just want to flag that. And related to what you mentioned, Ellen, about bringing us with the study that we're doing about decision-making, what are some options for other models for decision-making and oversight for related to the transit funds. I hope that you will be bringing us back some different options based on the study that's being done. The second issue I wanted to raise is related to the revenue report. It would be really helpful for us, and thank you for that breakdown, for us to really also have an idea of where the revenues have been beginning since the beginning of the transit tax, so that we see what the trends are, and also to have perspective about the impact of COVID, specifically on the vehicle rental tax and the sales tax. It's really hard when we just get 1 year to get any kind of context of how we're doing on our revenues, if they're trending the way we're projecting, if they're higher or lower. So if we could get that information. And then my other question for follow-up is, it looks to me like we are investing about $12 million of the about $25 million that we spent of the $41 million of transit tax revenue, that we have spent about half of our money related to supporting the city and city transportation needs, whether it's vehicles or infrastructure, bus stops. If we could get a number on that to clarify how much we are really supporting city transportation needs, and how much does the city actually invest out of their budget? I would be interested in having that perspective. And then lastly, if we could also there are a number of studies that we are funding through the transit tax. And Ellen, if we could, at least get those also provided to us with the option to actually read them or not, would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm so thought provoking. It just emanates through everyone.
So, this is such a conversation that that needs a lot of time and to really drill down into. On the board, at the board meetings, we are really begin to look at how do we pull this apart, and that the boards and all the boards, Wake, Durham, and Orange, really get a real good picture. And there have been, since the inception of this conversation, there are people coming onto the board, going off the board, and new employees coming in. So it just really takes a real committed effort to really break down the numbers and see what kind of projects are we paying for, because we can say Durham projects and we can lump millions of dollars into it, but we really don't know what that means. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you so much for this report and for the great questions and points that have already been made by my colleagues here today. My only other questions, first of all, I agree with Wendy that revenue trends would be really, really helpful. So I look forward to getting that in the future. I'm just curious about the other revenue that's listed as, about $4 million. What that is exactly. I'm just curious, where that $4 million, what's the source of that $4 million? And if we know that now, great. If not.
You're talking about the bus infrastructure, 4 million?
I'm talking about the financial report, the other revenue out of the total of 41.5 million.
Yeah.
Some of that came from other revenue, and I'm just wondering what the other is.
I don't have that at my fingertips, so let me just send that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, it's my understanding it does include like investment income, right?
Okay, all right. That makes sense.
Definitely. But I'll get you a full breakdown.
Just in general, I was really wondering. And the $25 million that's going to the Durham Transit Fund, is that something that we might like to know, what projects are earmarked, for that, what those dollars are earmarked for, the projects for which those dollars are earmarked? Is that something that we would want to know? Is it just in savings, for future projects yet to be determined?
If I may, all of the projects since the beginning are included in the work plan, the transit plan for Durham. It's all in the work plan and it's on an annual basis, but there are multiple years worth of work plans so that capital projects that started in the past will have future budgets that are going to be using that funding.
So in order to
So-
remind myself of that, I should look at the work plan,
Well,
current work
yeah,
plan.
yeah, and I'll just add, so we have a current transit plan, right, with a bunch of projects in it, and some of which are in development and under study, planning, design, right, that we're committed to happening. For instance, improving every bus stop in the county. That's a funded project. So some of that would go towards projects like that. But a large portion is currently unprogrammed. That's why we're developing this new transit plan to identify how the remaining funding that exists today and the projected funding over the next 20 years is spent. So, so it's a little bit of both, I would say. Some of it is for existing projects, and then some, we will use for these future projects.
Great, thanks. That does help me understand it more clearly. And is there a way to know today, approximately what percentage of our Durham Transit Fund dollars are going towards bus improvements versus regional improvements? Do we know that now, or is that, I do think that is
Yes.
an important piece of information, especially forward with our, a newly adopted Durham Transit Plan. And it also speaks to Wendy's question, asking what percentage of these funds, what dollar amounts going towards city bus improvements. I guess this question is really similar to that, just a percentage wise.
Yes. I don't know that I have that for what's approved today, but I'm sure we could compile that. Like, I can't think of the number exactly. And it's certainly something that we're looking at in the development of the new transit plan, is how those funds would be allocated amongst bus services, capital projects, commuter rail, other projects like that. So,
okay. All right. So maybe waiting until then is perfectly fine. And one little question that I hear a lot and I have trouble answering is, do we already have plans for improvements to transit options to and from RDU? That was mentioned in here, in this report. Just wondering if there's a detail about that I'm missing.
I don't know offhand if there are some improvements to the Go Triangle service to RDU funded. I don't know if any of my colleagues can recall that.
I'm not aware of any in the short term regarding improvements to RDU. No.
In the long term?
It's potential in the long term. It depends on what other long term improvements we're going to make, and how the service to RDU would be structured depending on what those long term investments are.
This is Catherine Eggleston with Go Triangle. Our current service to RDU from Durham consists of the 700 bus, which runs every 30 minutes all day, Monday through Saturday, hourly on Sunday, between Durham Station and the Regional Transit Center. And then we have a shuttle that runs from the Regional Transit Center to RDU every 30 minutes. So we have a fairly convenient connection today that's available Monday through Sunday. That's an expansion. Previously, prior to these dedicated transit revenues, we did not have Monday through Sunday service to the airport. So that's an improvement that's already been made with coordination with the Wake Transit Plan and so forth. So we do have half hourly service Monday through Saturday, hourly service on Sunday. And we are evaluating the service to the airport as part of the regional bus plan work that's going on now. It's kind of kicked off already in Wake. Durham is sort of kicked off, kind of waiting for the transit plan work to advance before we fully mature the short range planning for that. So it's something that we are looking at. Particularly with the pandemic, service to the airport has been different from how it was prior to the pandemic. So it's something that's on our radar to look at regionally, not just specific to the Durham planning exercise.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I also would like to take this chance to thank Catherine and other Go Triangle leaders for a briefing that they made available to me and to Nitha as well. Since we're not on the board, it was very useful, very informative. Okay, thanks.
So we have, I know that I have, and I think Commissioner Burns as well, have a report of the projects and the cost county by county in our email. And if other commissioners don't have it, we'll forward it to you. I just have one other question regarding the work plan. With your work plan, when the project does not happen, are those funds carried over to the next year in the budget? How is that managed?
So that depends on whether it's a capital or an operating project. If it is a capital project, we simply carry the funds over to the next year. So let's say we have a capital project that is $5 million that was planned to be spent in FY21. For whatever reason, that project did not move forward in FY21. It's going to be done in FY22. We just carry the money over. They're held harmless on that project. For operating projects, since it is recurring funding that is essentially assumed to come back every year, unless it is a pilot project, then if they do not use the funds by the end of the fiscal year, those funds go back into the fund balance. So if you have an operating project that was budgeted for $1 million in FY21, but they only used $800,000 for whatever year, that additional $200,000 goes back into the fund balance and can be reprogrammed for other projects in future years.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, seeing no hands. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ellen, Aaron, Catherine, and Jennifer. Thank you for your excellent report and answer of questions. All right. So we can move on to the next item, which is, let's see, let me get back to my agenda here. Where am I? The next item is 220079, Orphan Road Policy. And that is our interim county manager. And that's also Ellen. And Durham Transportation Manager, Jay Gibson. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Me again.
Okay.
So I have a presentation to go through if I can be made the host. Not sure how okay, share screen. Okay. So this is a proposed new policy for the county to address orphan roads. This is a new program, new policy, and we're here to present this and get any feedback or questions. So what is an orphan road? So like all counties in North Carolina, Durham County does not own and maintain roadways. All roadways outside of municipalities are either owned by NCDOT or they are private roads. When a developer builds a subdivision outside of a municipality, they are supposed to build it to NCDOT standards and follow through with NCDOT accepting the roadway for ongoing maintenance. Sometimes this process isn't followed exactly, and the roads are not accepted by NCDOT. The roads are not maintained and they fall into disrepair. So recently, there have been some requests from subdivisions requesting assistance from the county to improve the roads so that NCDOT will accept them. Road improvements and maintenance is quite costly for residences. It can range from $250,000 to $2 million per mile. And so you can imagine that a neighborhood would find this to be a pretty daunting task to organize and pay for a project like this. So they have a few neighborhoods recently have reached out to the county asking for assistance. So first of all, in developing this policy, we wanted to develop an estimate of the scale of the problem. Meredith Stoll from engineering helped assist with this GIS analysis. We applied some criteria here. Of course, the roads have to be outside of municipalities and they have to have a public right-of-way. They must be in residential areas, not private, corporate, or industrial properties. We also applied a couple of criteria that are set by NCDOT or state law, that the construction has to be after October 1st, 1975, and that there has to be a minimum of 4 occupied homes per 0.2 miles. We then also applied a criteria that the roads not be in a homeowners association. A road in a HOA could be an orphan road, but we have had an HOA successfully organize and manage an improvement project in the past. So it's really more of a problem for those neighborhoods that don't have HOAs. So with that analysis, we estimated there were about 59 orphan roads with up to 8.6 total miles in length. I actually think this is probably an overestimate of the scale of the problem. GIS analysis isn't perfect. Not all the data is absolutely correct. So in general, it might be less than that. I think this is the maximum that we would have. And in general, this is a much smaller problem in Durham County as compared to other counties. Our soils do not support a lot of subdivisions outside of water and sewer service. So we don't have as much of a problem as other counties. In contrast, I found that Wake County said that they have up to 150 to 195 miles of orphan roads. So if you live on an orphan road, you have a few options. You can do nothing, and the road will continue to degrade and fall into disrepair. Secondly, the subdivision can fund and manage a road repair project themselves by hiring a contractor and working with NCDOT. Thirdly, the subdivision can legally convert the roads to private roads and set up a maintenance agreement and a community road maintenance fund. And then lastly, we're proposing a new option for subdivisions that they can request county assistance and financing to manage the road repair project. So this new option, this new policy would set up an orphan road program where you would have to follow the following steps. The subdivision would prepare a cost estimate to repair the road. There would need to be a petition circulated among the affected residences to consider the program and financing. The petition must be signed by 75% of the property owners owning 75% of the road frontage. This is a requirement of the state law that authorizes assessments by counties. We are proposing that the residents would pay for the cost through an assessment. The Board of Commissioners would consider financing the project and hold a public hearing. The Board of Commissioners would also have to approve the project in the budget. And if that's all met, then the county would manage the design and construction of the project. And the county would coordinate with NCDOT for acceptance of the roads. In the end, once the project was complete, all the property owners would be assessed an equal portion of the project cost. And they could pay that assessment either upfront, all at once, or they could finance it for up to 10 years according to a formula that would ensure that the payments would not exceed the average annual property tax in the subdivision. So again, it is quite costly for residences. That's why they are requesting assistance. We are proposing that they would pay 100% of the cost through an assessment. There would not be county funds going towards the projects. However, of course, county staff would participate in managing the projects. We would not charge the cost of staff time. We would only be charging the directly contracted cost of the project, of the construction project. We have noted in the policy that if federal or state funding were available, the county may accept those funds and appropriate them for the project costs. However, I do want to note that this is probably a rare occasion. Most federal funding is not available for roadway maintenance projects, and using federal funding on small projects it brings with it a lot of red tape, and it's generally not worth it for smaller projects, even if it were eligible. State funding might be more likely. There have been a few examples of neighborhoods that have successfully petitioned NCDOT funding to support these projects. And there are some organizations that are lobbying for state funds for these types of projects. That has not been approved at this point, but if it were available, we would, the policy would allow for the county to accept those funds and put them towards the project. So the assessment, this, I believe, is the first assessment program in Durham County. The cost, again, is spread equally among all of the property owners along the roadway frontage. And the assessment begins after the project has been completed and the road has been accepted by NCDOT. It would be administered by County Tax Administration. Owners could pay up front, or they could pay for up to 10 years based on the formula that I mentioned. There would be a finance charge. And then the county has the authority to foreclose on any unpaid or delinquent assessments. So that is the proposed Orphan Road policy and program. If you have any questions, you can take that at this time. Let me stop sharing. Okay.
Commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ellen. I just want to state that, first of all, I do support the county moving forward with something like this. I know we've all been contacted by residents who are having issues with roads. I certainly have had situations over the years that I have forwarded to staff like this. I do have a few questions, though, about some of the details related to what is being proposed, how it will actually be carried out. But I do also want to really note that I think it's important that we provide this service to the unincorporated parts of the county, but I do think it's not true that there is no cost to this program to the county, because while we are not going to pay for the actual work to be done, I think we need to acknowledge that because of the staff time involved, being a project manager and overseeing this, and also if collection and the assessment and collection part, there is a cost that will be borne by all Durham taxpayers. And I just think we need to be very clear about that. So I just wanted to make that point. And I think it would be good to get an estimate on actually what the projected cost will be in terms of staff time. I mean, I'm glad to hear that compared to other counties, per possible 8.6 miles is not as bad as other places, but I think it would be good for us to be informed and know what the projected cost really is. The second thing is, in the policy, I didn't actually see a reference to the point that was made in the presentation, which is that the first step is that the subdivision prepares a detailed cost estimate to prepare the road. I actually did not see that listed in the policy, so we need to make sure that is included there. And then my question is, what will happen? Okay, so here are some questions that you do not have to provide the answers to right away, but I think before we adopt it, here are some of my questions. Number one is, what are we doing to prevent this situation? Within our current UDO, what type of processes do we have to make sure that this doesn't happen going forward? And if we don't have this in the UDO now, as we're looking to revise our UDO moving forward, what would we need to include to try to avoid this? So that's one of my questions. Number two is, you know that there would be a petition and 75% of the people along the road have to agree to it. But I'm wondering, how do we actually force the 25% who may not want to do it? What happens if people don't want to, the other people don't want to pay it? And I guess, so that was one of my questions. Does that get into the whole assessment process and then possible delinquency and foreclosure? So I just want us to be aware of some of the issues, negative issues that could result when you have people that don't agree to it. Those were really my two follow-up questions related to this, or three, I guess, because the actual cost to the county of having this policy. Thank you.
Jay?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board and Vice Chair, with your questions. They're all well-founded. If you don't mind, I'll attempt to answer some of them today, if that is permissible with the Board and yourself. We do agree that the staff cost is definitely a cost to any of these projects. And frankly, I was going to joke and say, if we take on much more, we're going to petition for funds to clone Ellen and Perry and Claudia and myself. And I'm not sure you guys are ready for additional versions of us, but we'll defer that for now. But there is that cost there. But we also think that there is a value in this need. Thankfully, it is a fairly constrained need. In terms of the first step, I'll be very candid. Durham is an incredibly talented community. As we all know, we have a lot of thoughtful, well-educated folks across the community. That said, I think that in terms of the estimates, we can certainly have neighborhoods prepare estimates, but we believe it's going to be better for the county to prepare one to help avoid surprises and make sure the appropriate things are inculcated into the project, if you will, just as how we do on our other capital projects to try and make sure we've got it fairly well dialed in. I'll mention in terms of, your question of other things, it's going to be a little bit of a wild card on the staff time, because obviously that gets to, like all our other capital projects, the complexity will drive that. One neighborhood may simply need a small overlay that would be very straightforward, just sort of a resurfacing of the street and minor repairs. Another one may need a major reconstruction. One neighborhood may be fairly small and it's easy to work through any issues. Another, there may be more complexity. So I just add that to say, while we're glad to try and provide some sort of staff estimate, I'm a little bit cautious in that, just given that each one of these is going to be a little bit unique, sort of like our own building projects. Admin 1 is different than admin 2, is different than the main library, is different than a youth home or EMS base. And to try to say, here's what the staff burden was we'd have numbers. It looked like a scattershot plot, if you would. So we're glad to do it, but I just want to give you that caveat up front before we do it. In terms of the petition, obviously this could be a situation, as you noted, where you do hit the 75%. And I've worked on these. This is, by the way, I had spoken to County Attorney Stoller about this some months ago, and he indicated in his knowledge, his 35-year knowledge at that time or better with the county, we had never done one of these. These are typically done in the municipal setting, in part, as Ellen mentioned, it goes back to 1931 when counties got out of the road business during the Great Depression. And so this is not an area we're really set up for, but it is one the legislature enabled a few years ago and that we've been asked to help with. So on the 75%, having done these before in my municipal life, you absolutely will find that. And that is where the tax lien comes in, that it is assessed to the benefiting owners, meaning everybody pays sort of a pro rata share of along their frontage, if you will, of the benefit that's accrued. And if they have options, they can pay it all up front, or the county, as I recall the statute, the county, it's more of a financing mechanism. You know, it's sort of a nominal interest rate, but that if they refuse to pay, then it can go to tax foreclosure, just like they don't if they were to fail to pay their property tax. So that's sort of where you were looking at that 25%, Vice Chair, is where that would come from. In terms of the future, I'm going to be very candid here, and I hope y'all will forgive me if I'm a little too blunt. This has some interesting things. We absolutely are doing all we can to try and preclude it in the future in terms of working with partners at DOT. Obviously now, many subdivisions that get on water and sewer have to petition for annexation to the city, and the city does require them to build the street to minimum city residential street standard, and we'll send inspectors out from the Public Works Department, Engineering Department to check on such things. I am not going to represent you that the system's perfect, because we've also had a number of restrictions placed on us by the legislature in terms of how and when we can require bonds and things like that. So we will certainly look into and see and work with Sarah and our other partners to find out what exactly can we do to give you some feedback. It's a very honest and legitimate question. I just want to be candid that having been at this for 20 odd years in municipal work before I came over to the county side, some 7 years ago to work for you, this has been a place I've watched evolve greatly in terms of what cities and counties could do to try and require bonds or do other things to, if a developer walked away, have some direct recourse. I'd say that has been curtailed to a degree. So we'll certainly look into that, but that is one that and we'll give you some response this week. We just may be somewhat constrained by legislative action as to what we as an individual county can do. So thank you.
Yeah, Jay, that, you brought up several questions that I have around, especially if a developer just walks away and, when it comes down to roads that has within the communities that has happened. So I'm not ready to vote on this. I'm glad we don't have to vote on it today, because I would not be ready to do that. So I have some questions that I'll get back with you on. And I think we really need to drill down on some other areas that, when you talk about foreclosures and delinquent assessments, all of that just kind of gives me an uncomfortable feeling about what are we getting ourselves into. But I will get back with you and Ellen on this one later. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lum?
Thank you, Chair Arton. And this isn't something that you'll have to answer now, but if you can provide it at a later time, what will really help me to understand and grasp this is, like, if you have an example of one of the orphan roads that shows a breakdown of how many houses are on occupied homes are on that road, what the cost would end up being for those individuals, and also I think like as Commissioner or Chair Howerton was mentioning, like just seeing the actual burden it's going to place on our residents and visualizing that with an example of an existing road that needs to be updated would be really helpful.
Absolutely. We'll be glad to do that.
We've had these conversations before, and it's just, it puts a hardship on the community. Sidewalks puts a hardship on the communities when they're not done when the development is in process. So I'd love to have more conversation around this. Any other questions from commissioners?
Sure. And Chair, if I can make one final statement, it's really a difficult situation for counties. Certainly, we appreciate our residents struggle, those who live on these orphan roads, and it impacts their daily life in an adverse way. And we feel for them. At the same time, unlike cities where going back to the 50s, they've gotten Powell bill money to help maintain local streets and they can use it in this purpose. The Powell bill doesn't cover, it's a share of the gas tax from the state that you pay every time if you have a gasoline powered vehicle when you fill up. Counties do not get that, never have. And so, you don't really have a mechanism, meaning a street department. You don't have a dedicated revenue source. And so it is one that comes out of your general fund. So it's definitely, difficult on all sides where your residents are struggling and dealing with an issue and you want to help. And at the same time, to help means you're spreading that cost across the whole general fund in effect, unless there is some private, unless there were, some special state allocation. As Ellen mentioned, there's been an example recently in New Hanover of that, I believe, but those are sort of hen's teeth, if you will, very rare, few and far between. So it's definitely a difficult issue, but one that we probably need to see what we can do to at least have a mechanism in place.
So the state is not giving us any dollars for it?
No, ma'am, not a dime. I'll defer any other comments, but it's no, ma'am. The state was kind enough to enable legislation that we can do these projects and back bill the residents or pay for it ourselves. They did not include any money trees in the backyard to help pay for it.
Yeah, putting us in the road business. How about that? All right, any other questions or concerns? All right, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Ellen. We'll get back to you. Okay. All right, commissioners. The next item is a renewable energy plan. Now, that's a 45-minute item. It's 11:14. Would you like to take a break at this point, or do you want to finish that one? I see a hand that says, let's take a break. All right, let's take, is 15 minutes long enough? Do you need longer? 15 minutes? Let's take a 15-minute break and then come back at 11:30 for this item. Okay.
Hi, Tobin. I just want to make sure that you can check your system. You have been added on as a co-host.
So welcome back, everybody. So our next item is 220060, Renewable Energy Plan Adoption. And commissioners, this item is for discussion today. We will not be adopting it today. We will have discussion around it and it'll be brought back for adoption on the 14th at our regular session. Because it's identified as if it's going to be adopted. It will not be adopted today. So Tobin is our staff person on this item. If we could go ahead and want to go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners and interim manager and all the guests joining us. I am very excited and pleased to be presenting this plan to you this morning. I thank you very much for your support and for previous board support for climate action and for our transition to clean, renewable energy. I also want to recognize all the county departments who provided input into the plan, especially general services, who were actively engaged throughout the process, were instrumental in the development, and will be key partners in implementation. Finally, I want to recognize the consultants who worked with us on this tirelessly, EcoShift and Optimy. They were great partners to work with. They provided wonderful analysis and tools for us to know exactly what we need to do and to be able to monitor our progress and update strategies into the future. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tobin Freed. I'm the Sustainability Manager. And as I said, I'm very excited to share this with you today and have some discussion around it. So the first few, I should share my screen. Okay. Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can't see what you see. Okay, so the next few slides are going to review from my presentation in November. So I'm going to go through them quickly so we can get to that discussion. I'll touch briefly on the types of projects and strategies that make up the plan, and then talk about budget implications and steps for implementation, so we have time for questions. So I'll be talking about all these strategies in the next few slides. These should look familiar to you. Some of them are the same ones I presented in November. I do want to remind everyone that equity is, as always, an important part of our considerations, and that we kept that in mind as we develop the strategy. A lot of that is recognizing that as projects are implemented, we need to be thinking about who's impacted in what ways and how to emphasize the benefits to those who traditionally have not recognized benefits and reduce the burdens, whatever they may be, and costs to those who traditionally have borne a higher share of those burdens in our community. So the first strategy is energy efficiency, and this is always the most efficient and effective strategy. Every kilowatt hour, therm, and gallon of gasoline or diesel we don't use is one that we don't need to purchase or generate renewable energy for, and it saves our taxpayer dollars. So several strategies related to energy efficiency. We do have a high performance building policy that's been in place since 2008 and that's been guiding the buildings we've been building. As you know, they're all LEED certified and many are even LEED Gold certified. But things have changed since 2008 and that policy is ready for an update. And that could include targeting net zero for new buildings, meaning that they are not using more energy or creating more greenhouse gases. It sort of nets out what they're generating and what they're using. And then also looking to eliminate natural gas from new facilities and major renovations. And that stems mostly from the fact that it's much more difficult to source renewable natural gas, and certainly natural gas that meets the definition of clean renewable energy as set forth by the resolution that the Board of Commissioners passed to create this plan. So switching to electricity allows for a more cost-effective and actually much easier to implement way to transition all of our energy to renewables. And then another part of this is creating an energy action plan that's really going to get into the nitty-gritty of how we're going to increase efficiency in existing buildings by 20% and do. The next strategy is renewables. This is the one I think everyone gets very excited about because it is cool and exciting. And that is actually generating renewable energy. So the first strategy is participating in Duke's Green Energy Source Advantage program, which I've brought that to you several times. And I'm very pleased to announce that since I last spoke to you in November, we were accepted into that program along with the city of Durham. And so that is a strategy that we are moving forward with, and we'll have a substantial, we'll make substantial progress into our renewable energy goals within just a few short years. It will, when it's up and running, it will cover about 70% more or less of our electricity use. So that's going to have a significant impact relatively soon in the next few years. And then I know earlier in your meeting, you talked even about putting PV solar panels on a new Sheriff's Training Center. And I know that they're going to be on the Youth Center and many others. So making sure that we're putting solar on new buildings, but also going back and looking at the buildings we have. Part of this analysis was looking at what roofs are fit for them when the roofs are designated to be replaced, because you don't want to put solar panels on old roofs that then you have to take the panels off to replace the roof. How much solar could they generate based on where they're located and what direction they're point and all of that. So we have a good idea of where we need to start with that, including over parking lots, parking decks, potentially even floating solar at the Triangle wastewater treatment plant. That's another strategy to be looked at. Geothermal, I know we're having that installed at our new youth home. That's something else that we need to consider when we are building additional facilities, and when possible, off-site solar as well. We know that even if we put solar panels on every single one of our buildings, it still isn't enough to get us where we need to be. So that's part of the strategy. The next strategy is our fleet. Fleet is about 23% of our energy use. And so that's really a high priority for us. We currently have 2 EVs and a handful of hybrids, and that's something that needs to change significantly for us to be able to transition to fully renewable. So there you can see a lot of strategies listed on this slide. Obviously, transitioning to hybrids and electrics where those vehicles are available for the duty cycles where they're needed. More and more electric vehicles and hybrids are coming out every year. And so we do foresee in the not so distant future, certainly by the 2030s, that almost every vehicle type will be available in an all electric. That involves putting in charging stations too. We need to be able to charge these vehicles. And so that's something else we're trying to strategize on. It's a little bit of a moving target as where those vehicles are actually parked on a regular basis and where we can charge them. We're trying to work that out. Even centralizing the fleet, it's very dispersed now out into the departments, and being able to administer that more in a centralized manner is a really key way for us to manage the vehicles more efficiently, make sure we're getting usage out of them so we can transition our vehicles over more quickly. They don't sit for a long periods of time, potentially not being used. It will be optimizing the use for the vehicles. And even with all of that, there is likely going to be a gap where what we're covering with renewable energy and what our goal is. And so a lot of that we are hoping will be handled through federal, state, and utility action. There's been a lot of activity on this in the last year at the federal, state, and utility level. to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase the amount of renewable energy. And so I have good feelings that they will be able to cover the gap. I will say the estimates we put in our plan were conservative about what would happen at the federal, state, and utility level, because we didn't want to over depend on that action, but the more they do, the better it is for us. And then finally, whatever gap there may be is purchasing renewable energy certificates or credits, which are basically paying for a renewable energy that's produced somewhere else, and we get kind of the credit for it. And looking for any that we do need to purchase, that they would be local and that they would be additional, meaning they're not just some plant that's already up there, that we're actually contributing to additional renewable energy generation somewhere. So again, I'm not going to get into too much details of this. This was presented in the November meeting, but this gives you an idea of what we're looking at as far as generation and greenhouse gas emissions. The generation is the green line going up, and the greenhouse gas emissions is the blue line going down. And where we would be more or less along this line, and you can see that gap there where we're only getting to about 70%. That's what I was just talking about, having to make up that difference. But again, if there's more activity at the state or federal level, then that gap will be even smaller. I will say that in the plan, hopefully y'all had a chance to read it, there were 3 scenarios that were listed. There was a phased approach, accelerated, and a high solar. The high solar, as is mentioned in the plan, is not actually viable right now based on current political and market conditions that actually, regulatory conditions that actually make that not a feasible approach right now. But we did want to include it in the plan because those conditions can change and very likely will change. And so we wanted to be ready that when they do, we'll know what it is we're looking for and that we could take those next steps. But in the interim, we're recommending kind of a combination of the accelerated and phased approach. And that gives us some flexibility, certainly at least in the short term, and to be planning as things change, conditions change into the future. And now the budget, what is all this going to cost us? And we're giving a range for a couple of reasons. One is that the biggest issues, of course, are the market and the policy conditions, where there are grants available, where there are rebates available, where there are policy requirements. And then, of course, we have where there's market changes, the cost of renewables, battery storage, all of that has had a sharp decline in the last 5 years. Electric vehicle prices have come down, but we're also seeing supply chains and inflation right now and more demand as more rebates and policy changes are put into place. So there's a lot going on, and how much we're able to do in any particular year changes. And so that estimated 2.5 to 4.12 million per year is not estimated that we would be spending 4.12 every year during those times. Some years would be a little less, and so, well, and then that would sort of be the maximum. We're saying it's somewhere in that amount. This includes the cost for the Green Source Advantage program once that is operational, which is anticipated at the end of 2024. Some capital costs, some non-capital improvements, operating costs, and in truth, in some years we're seeing operating costs actually as savings because we're not paying for gasoline or for the oil changes in the vehicles, and some of the units that need to be replaced on buildings, we would be replacing them, and so they wouldn't have as much operating costs into the future. It includes the cost of vehicles, it includes infrastructure for those vehicles like the charging station, and then it does include some additional personnel which are required for this. Personnel includes some project managers in engineering and environmental services. It includes some mechanical technicians and electricians and fleet personnel in the general services department. So overall estimated about 400,000 to 7.9 million per year in those out years, 2030 to 2050. And again, I cannot emphasize enough how difficult it is to anticipate what costs will be out in those years, just because so much is changing so quickly. The technology is changing, the market is changing, policies are changing. So of course, we have to update this regularly, just like we do for all the other things that the county does that looks out that far. And so every 2 years or so, at least, we would be updating this with how things change and have better ideas, obviously, on what this will cost us in maybe 5-year increments. Total estimated, again, very estimated, when we're done with all this by 2050, is about $65 million over that period of time. And you know, again, that can change and probably will change. And talking about implementation, obviously, the first thing we'll need to do is hire necessary staff to implement the plan. Not all of that staff are we saying we need right away. It's something that we would need some right away. And then in future years, as the work increases and the amount of projects that are being managed increases, the newer technology that general services has to maintain and update. So not all those staff would be right away. Some of them would be in few years out, and not all of them would we need through the duration of the plan. Some of them we need at the beginning to get things started, and then we actually wouldn't necessarily need those positions all the way out into the future. And then implement it. Once we have the staff, I guess that should be a bullet point on there. Do the stuff. Let's start doing the stuff, which we already are doing. It's not like we've been waiting for this plan, as you know, but we will start doing more of this once we hire the staff and get budget. I guess that should be another bullet on here. There will be funding requested in this year's budget and also in the CIP upcoming to begin implementation for this. But once that's underway, monitor the progress of the plan. I do have tools available that our consultant has provided for us, and then report that annually and adjust our budget in line with other processes. So as we're updating the CIP, for example, making sure that this is integrated into that. And then monitor emerging technologies, market forces, state and federal policies. As I've said throughout this presentation, those are really key in what we can and can't do and how much it's going to cost us. So really keeping on top of that is essential. And really continuing to be a leader at the state, pushing for these changes at that level and making sure that they are done in an equitable way, an equitable transition. And then continuing to assess the positive and negative impacts of this locally to make sure that we are making sure that that transition is equitable here in Durham as well. And then finally going back just to the situation at the federal level, at the state level, those conditions have already changed even since I presented this in November. The Utilities Commission has already begun the process for implementing House Bill 951, which calls for all reasonable steps to be taken for public electric utilities to reduce carbon emissions by 70% by the 2005 level. Now, I will say reducing carbon emissions and implementing renewable energy are not the same thing. Renewable energy does reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but there are ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are not renewable energy, for example, nuclear energy. And so that is included at the state level as a carbon reduction strategy, but that would not count for our renewable energy accounting at the local level. And then even more recently in January, Governor Cooper signed Executive Order 246. I think this is his fourth executive order related to energy or climate change in the last few years. He's definitely taken leadership on this. And that calls for even steeper cuts in greenhouse gas emissions and requiring a clean transportation plan to really increase the amount of electric vehicles on the roads in North Carolina, the amount of infrastructure available, and reducing VMT. So everything that happens at the state level really supports what we're doing here in Durham. And with that, I am ready for some questions. I'm gonna stop sharing and see what you have.
All right. Thank you, Tobin. What great presentation. Now I'll open it up for commissioners for the questions, comments. And if you have more than 2 questions, commissioners, can you toss it to one of the other commissioners and kind of like go around, do a round robin so that everybody get a chance to ask questions? Jay, you got something right away?
Yes, ma'am. Just a point of clarification, Chair Howerton. Thank you. We just want to be clear that what we're asking today, commissioners, is we want to do our best to answer your questions. We are very excited about this, and we hope you are as well. At the same time, we recognize that you may have additional questions, so we're not asking for formal action today. We'll be back hopefully next Monday to ask for your formal resolution adopting and implementing this. And so just wanted to make that point of clarification before we go into any particular discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, could you answer this for me? And, because it's got to be the catch-all word. When you say the input on the environment and equity, what are you specifically talking about?
Chair,
what are you saying? What are you saying? Because people have got, so they use that word all the time and it don't mean, and there's no follow-up behind the word. So can you explain what you mean?
Chair, that is a great question. It's sort of like, we use the term affordable housing a lot around here, but to quote that great American Forrest Gump, affordable housing is as affordable housing does, equity is as equity does. It's sort of one of those things that if you ask 5 people, you get 5 different definitions. What we are seeking.
That's why I want to know what does it mean you're going to do?
Absolutely. And certainly Tobin can add on any clarification. What we're seeking to do, Chair, we understand everything comes with a cost. We have yet to find any new initiative that comes with a zero cost. We recognize, just as Tobin has outlined, there's going to be a cost of, say $2.5 to $5 million a year for us to implement this over a period of years. And to that end, we recognize that is funded at an extent by the general fund. I mean, Tobin is obviously a very skilled grant writer, but this is going to probably be our investment as much as anyone's. And to that end, we're acknowledging the impact that may have among those who are less financially well off in the community, and that we are going to keep an eye throughout this process for a few things. One is, I think we're all concerned about environmental justice and how does this impact folks who maybe have been marginalized in the past. I think, too, climate change, which is an element. This is, there's an interplay between this renewable energy and climate change, that we're seeing things. We all hear of flooding affecting disproportionately minority communities and poor communities, poor Black, poor white, and others. And so we recognize that anything we do here may help, but it does come with a cost. And then as part of why we do that, how can we help? And that is, you may recall some recent conversation, discussions, emails about securitization, for example, with Duke Energy. That is to try and help them blunt the cost on a monthly bill to all users, which obviously has a disproportionate impact on the less financially well off. So it is looking at all of those things as part of through our county equity lens. And Tobin, I don't know if there's other things you'd want to add, but Chair, does that sort of give you a starting point of reference, or is there other information we can provide?
I would like to add a little in addition to that.
Let me just say that it gives me a starting.
Yeah.
But I would like to see something spelled out.
So if I may,
in the writing of it is like, what is it? Because I don't know about anybody else, but it just we consistently use the language, but we don't give people anything that they can hang their hats on. So so as we write it and design it, can we put something in there that just says this is what's going to be happening versus
Yes.
just saying equity?
Yeah, so I don't know if you were able to read the report, but we do talk about it, and so it goes beyond.
Wait a minute, I read the report and
Okay.
it doesn't spell it out. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful to know. The truth is that most of these projects are happening on county property in a way that no one will even see or know that they're happening. So if we're switching out one HVAC system to a heat pump or something, it's not going to actually really impact someone one way or another. Now, if we start putting solar panels, in a big field somewhere that's in, a neighborhood near people's homes or something, that's a different story. And so all of these projects, though, will be using the county's tools that we have through GARE, where you ask who is this impact, and then talk with them. How should we implement this? What are your concerns? What benefits could be brought to you? So it really has to be a project by project basis that happens, where we're involving the communities that are impacted by this. There are situations where we're driving electric vehicles, for example, and if we are driving those vehicles wherever we're going, we're producing less local particulate matter and carbon dioxide, all those different things that affect health. And so if we only have a few of those vehicles, should we be driving them more in areas that suffer more from air pollution, that are already burdened by that? Yeah, we should. And so that's a way to prioritize. If we only have a few vehicles up front, where are the routes? Where are they going? And so those are the kinds of decisions that we'll make, but it's going to be on a project by project basis. There is not really a way at this stage to say, these are the 5 things related to equity that we're going to do, because this plan is gigantic and it covers everything, all of our facilities, all of our vehicles, the way we do things. And so what we know we need to do is follow the toolkit that we have from GARE that says, when you're doing something, who's involved, who's getting the benefits, and who's getting the negatives from that. One other point I'll mention is, when we do contracting, obviously we have a great MWBT. I always get those letters wrong. MWBE program of making sure we're hiring companies that are from minority-owned businesses, and we can decide, if we have a great big project, to break that up into smaller bits so that it's easier for smaller companies that can't bid on gigantic projects. So we could do that. And that's a strategy we could do to help support those minority-owned businesses.
Tobin, let me interject here. Chair, forgive me if I'm misstating it, but I think in a nutshell, what I hear you saying is, you want to know what you're buying, and you want some very clear lines of sight in terms of measurables. Words are nice, but deeds are dear, and you just want some very clear measurables, like we've had with our MWB purchasing program, where we've said we're going to set a strong aspirational goal based on certain studies of disparities, and then we've been able to hit or exceed that with many of our capital projects by adapting strategies like CMAR and other things. Am I getting close to what your interests are here? If I am, please let me know, because that'll help then address that.
Well, yeah, because that way myself or whoever else can measure something that's measurable.
Okay.
If we just use big words, then citizens cannot measure anything that we're doing.
I appreciate that. It needs to be clear. It needs to be direct. It needs to be measurable.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We will work on that. Thank you for that input.
Thank you. I'll open it up to commissioners. I have a couple other questions, but I'll let the commissioners go first. Commissioner Burns.
I want my other commissioners to get to go first. What I'm going to ask, I want to go back to a slide that go back to my actual slide, but for some reason the link is dead on the So maybe Monica or somebody, if you could send it. I don't want Tobin to have to go through that and hold up everybody's questions. But the link is dead on the agenda, on the website, and on the link that was sent to us. So if somebody could just forward it to me real quick, and I'll leave my time back to my other commissioners who actually still have their slide decks open.
I will
Okay.
say I made a few changes to those slides. So if what you were thinking of is not in the one that you get, let me know. I really am happy to.
That's what, oh, perfect. Thank you, Tobin.
Okay, other commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and really do want to thank Tobin and Jay and Mo and the consultants for what I thought was just a really excellent report. We get a lot of reports. This one was really detailed. You know, I did go back and read the draft report. I did not get all the way through the appendix, I must admit, but I'm marching through it, trying to understand it all. But I really do want to thank you. You know, I think that we're, with these plans, we'll be investing in efficiency and reduction, on-site solar generation, procurement of cleaner energy, you know, changing out our fleet. So focusing on that as a strategy. And then I guess, you know, as a sort of last result, the credits, the RECs. So I guess though, my question is, so except for the high solar plan, I'm not sure I'm calling it the right thing, but we don't achieve our goal. You know, we get closer with the accelerated plan, the accelerated phased plan. But even so, it's only brings us to 72% renewable energy by 2050. And so I'm just wondering, is the limiting factor really policy, you know, or is it budget? You know, and so is it something we can address or not? You know, if it's budget, we might be able to address that by prioritizing a little bit higher, spending a little bit more money a little bit sooner. If it's policy, you know, then right, that's a little more challenging with Duke Energy and the monopoly, et cetera. But so that's one of my main questions. And then my second main question, I guess, is, are you asking us to approve one of these three plans? You know, if so, is it, you know, is that really what you're asking us to do, or this whole thing is the plan? And we're just going to do the best we can. I mean, I definitely want to approve the one that gets us where we want to be in the most expeditious time frame. And so if you could just start with the limiting factor question, I guess that would be good.
Absolutely. Those are great questions. So if we could foresee it being possible now, it would show up in that phased or accelerated. Right now, the only scenario that shows that possible is that 100% solar, the high solar scenario. And that is limited right now by factors beyond our control, by federal regulation, by utility practices, by state law, several things. And so really we can work to try to change those. We can hope that they will be changed, but the reason we can't get to it otherwise is we just don't have enough space to put solar panels on everything. Like if we did put it on everything, we still wouldn't get there. So what we would need to get there is some very large solar fields. So GSA gets that for us, but by law, we're only allowed to have a certain amount. We're limited to how much we can get, and that only gets us to about 70% of our electricity use. So we can't overachieve and make up the difference for the natural gas and the gasoline and diesel that we're using. So, yeah, we threw everything out on the table to develop this plan and see how far it could get us. And like I said, if Duke Energy changes how much renewables they're putting into the grid, that gap will change. So if they ramp up solar or something else, that will change.
So it's not like we can put solar panels on more of our property faster. it's not that the budget's holding us back. It's just that we literally don't have the space, or Duke Energy doesn't have enough renewable energy in their portfolio from which we can tap into from the grid. So, first thing I would say about that is I would really be seeking advice from you all on how we can be more effective in lobbying, for more renewable energy in our grid, and working with former Senator Floyd McKissick on the Utilities Commission. It feels like we should be in a position to really make some progress and leverage our relationship there. And my only other question, if I might, these are all big questions. I have some smaller questions, but I'll hold those, is would we be able to achieve our goals if we worked more closely with Durham Public Schools, for example, who also has a lot of building roof space, land space, where solar panels could go? Would that help fill the gap that we currently are unable to fill by ourselves? Or if we partnered with the city and schools, then would we be able to get more renewable energy into the grid or into our own systems and achieve our goals?
Yeah, so we already are partnering with the city on the GSA, which we would not have been able to do if we didn't partner with them. We're already anticipating partnering with the city and very potentially Durham Public Schools on doing, say, large purchases. So if we're going to put solar panels on a bunch of roofs, let's do it together as a group purchase and get a really good price on that. And that's been done in Asheville, Buncombe. They did that. And so, if we're putting in charging stations, are there locations that make sense for us to be able to leverage each other's fleets, those sorts of things? That's totally possible. But if we're still talking about space to put solar panels, the city's maxing out for their own goal. The schools just passed their own goal, which is wonderful, but they're going to want all of their rooftops to cover their own energy use. And this plan already maxes out our own roofs. So we did develop the strategies budget neutral, just saying, what could we do? And then we looked at what the costs would be. And so budget was not a limiting factor in what was selected to go in the plan. It really is everything we could do, including some things we can't do, like the high solar, we can't do yet, but this plan is till 2050 and things may change. We hope that they will change.
Okay, what I hear you saying is we're holding nothing back.
Commissioner, if I can make, Commissioner Carter, appreciate your questions. And we thank you for your emphasis on it and your energy and enthusiasm. I would make the remark that commissioners, you're all familiar with the challenges we've had on rural broadband of late and how there's certain limiting factors on us that are beyond. In other words, it's not just our willingness to spend money or staff time or anything like that. There's factors that we have zero influence on or very little. The regulatory framework on renewable energy now is a little bit like that rural broadband framework, where we are sort of having to play Mother May I with the good folks in Raleigh, and we are somewhat limited based on those things. I'd say don't lose hope. One thing Tobin touched on, and I'll get a little more granular here, is that we do plan to update this plan every 2 years along with our facility master plan, very much how we do now, so that it can be reflected in the CIP. I think we'd all agree with the investments coming out of Raleigh, with even if you ever follow Bloomberg News or anything like that, the amount of money in private equity pouring into green energy is incredible right now. It's reminiscent of the .coms in the late 90s almost, where there's just a flood of private money as well. That all portends great things, that we are going to see monumental change in the technologies, which will help influence help the cost points come down and the energy output, if you will, of those technologies improve. Where back to Tobin's point, that same roof area may get us to 90% now instead of 70 or 75, or it may get us to 100. So I'd say don't lose hope on that just yet. To that end, Commissioner, I think you had, Commissioner Carter, a final question on which option. I would guess what we're asking for as we move towards adoption is something of rigid flexibility. We've tried to provide some options, because just to say, oh, here you go, doesn't, it's a little bit like what Chair Howerton asked of, what is measurable, what's direct, what can I point to? And we recognize that. So the study has done a nice job with Tobin's guidance of saying, here are some touchstones, if you will, but we also recognize, because of the change and the things that we just mentioned about the every 2-year update, we're asking you to adopt this, giving us a little bit of staff flexibility that as we come in, we may want to up the bar a little bit, or we may want to shift the bar a little bit because of those changes. So that rigid flexibility would be sort of our ask there in terms of endorsing one plan over another. We're just saying endorse the plan at large so that we can then start with the strategies being as aggressive as possible to see how far we can go. And then obviously we're going to update and reevaluate our strategies every 2 years to say, are we actually making the kind of progress we want? Do we need to change or whatnot? So hopefully that helps clarify some of the questions.
Yes, thanks. I would feel more comfortable with rigid flexibility between the high solar and the accelerated. I feel like if we have the option of accelerating, let's accelerate. It seemed like there were some benefits to that. Can't remember exactly what they were, maybe an increased greenhouse gas reduction. We saw that sooner. And so, I would almost eliminate that slower paced one and just let's double it, double the changeover to electric from heat pumps, double the installation of solar on roofs. That would sort of be my bent right now anyway, if that's possible.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And I just want to say, wow, I'm so excited. I really appreciate all the work that so many people have been involved with this, so many departments, and I can't wait to adopt this plan and to start implementing it. Just, reminding that this is, we approved a policy, our board, that we are trying to actually address, which is 80% renewable energies by 2030, 100% by 2050. So I want to echo what Commissioner Carter has said. I personally support at least going with the accelerated scenario, which gets us to 61% by 2030, which is not 80%, but that we need to really commit to this. And I want to note that, spending the projected $64 million over 28 years, that is a drop in the bucket compared to what we spend money on. I think we spent $90 million on our new criminal justice center. We spent, I think, over $100 million on the Health and Human Services building, $44 million on the library renovation. So this amount of money over a long period of time is really not that much. And one of my questions, Tobin, is the projected cost, is that a net cost factoring in the different things that you talked about? The operational savings or money that we already have in the CIP for HVAC or for vehicles. Is that a net cost?
It is net based on the cost and the savings. It doesn't take into account existing funding that's been programmed, that's already been
Okay. Okay. And I really wanted to say I love the idea of this being brought back every 2 years, like we do the facility maintenance plan. I also would love to, for you all to bring back the policies that need to be implemented to support this related to fleets and buildings. I would like to follow up on what Commissioner Carter's suggestion. I think it's really important that we work together with the Utilities Commission, the city, Durham Public Schools on some of the things you mentioned, but also with our delegation and Duke Energy. You know, Indira Everett is a fantastic community partner, and we really need to work together with Duke Energy because they really impact so much of what we do. And so I think having a future meeting where we can explain what our plan is, what our goals are, and explore ways that we can work more closely together. The other thing I wanted to request is a hard copy of this plan when it gets adopted. You know, everything is always like digital now, but this is the kind of thing I would love to actually have a hard copy of. And my question is, how can we share this with the public? I think I'd love to get, you know, I'd love to hear from you all. How can we engage the community on this? This is something a lot of people care a lot about. And I would love to know from the community, what do they want us to do? What are their priorities as we implement this? I know we have the EAB, but, you know, that's one of my questions is about how do we do this? And I know you said that there would be a yearly report, but how can we make there be a yearly report out into the community where they see, like, as Commissioner Howerton says, what are they getting for their money? What are we doing? You know, we're already doing so many things, the geothermal on the youth home. Some things came up today, but if we have a way to really share and have engagement around this. Anyway, and I also love the idea of the Green Renewable Fund. Is that something that you anticipate being kind of like an enterprise fund? If you could talk a little bit more about that, because I thought that was really interesting.
Yes, thank you for all those comments, really great. And I think the questions particularly about engaging of the community is really, really important and something we'll continue to think more about. We certainly have heard loud and clear through the discussions on the comprehensive plan, how important climate is to the people in our community, and that this is something that they support. So yes, definitely need robust communication both ways with the community about this as we implement. Related to the Green Renewable Fund, the thought wasn't to do it as an enterprise because it doesn't actually have a money generating source like utilities do. So it really would be more of an internal accounting sort of thing where we see how much we invest, we see what the savings are from that, and then some percentage of that savings gets set aside to do more green projects in the future. So that's really the model. It's been done in other communities. We wouldn't have to start from scratch. And so that would be the idea behind it. It's really more accounting.
Okay, Commissioner Burns.
Okay, so thank you, Tobin, as always. Jay, thank you for being the chief explainer. I appreciate the wit. So thank you for jumping in. Along Commissioner, I'll be quick because Commissioner Jacobs, I wanted to know about the Green Renewable Fund too. So she hit that one. I kind of want to pivot a little bit because, you know, I share some of the same thoughts around us being collaborative, right? We all, during the thunderstorm, I was thankful that we got Indira's emails because I was getting stopped at the grocery store and I was like, well, let me see what Indira said before this person asked me to cut our lights on. But along those same lines, you know, how are we being creative around using all of our partners? So we talked about the delegation, we talked about the Utilities Commission. I do know, you know, I'm excited about what the school's doing because as some of y'all can remember, Alan Thomas, who's the county commissioner down in Hoke, they put solar panels on their school in Hoke, and they said, how are we going to pay for it? And they thought it was going to take like 2.5 years. It did not take 2.5 years to pay for those solar panels. It took less than that, and then they were able to invest that money back in computers. Now, Durham clearly has more needs than Hope County, right? So we already know, we start doing it, we're sucking up energy. And I'm thinking about something that Lynn Good said, who's overdue energy, about the fact that we just don't really have great intermittent batteries. When we talk about energy, you know, when we think, most people think about energy, I want to flip a switch, my light comes on. I want to plug in my phone and my cell phone starts to charge. We are not thinking about December to March where it's overcast and like, okay, so the panels are up there, but there's no sunlight. It's like twilight in Seattle. Y'all remember that? The vampires would sprinkle because there was no sunlight in Seattle. So that's what kind of happens with solar panels. I say all that to say, are we working with some of our new partners? So what did we do last July, ladies? We actually entered into an investment agreement with SmartWire. What does SmartWire do? SmartWire actually invests in clean energy, right? And so they're trying to see like these old lines that are not getting a lot of power and these other lines that are being overburdened. How can we work with these transmission grids? So what I would say, we were smart enough last July to land headquarters with SmartWire. This is not a push for them, but I just want to say, like, we have all these other partners at the table who are experts, you know, in this field. So if batteries are the issue, if space is the issue, where are some of these really smart folks that we have out in Traburn and RTP that are focusing on this stuff? And I think that would alleviate even some of the questions that I had here. So I did find the presentation, Tobin, you hit the email, so I clicked on that and I did email you back. But that's something that I would also want to lift up as we talk about partnerships. Also think we have companies here that actually work on smart grid technology and are looking for ways to kind of sort of transmit this stuff. But I do want to ask this really quickly, Tobin. I know it will be harder, but do you think that we would see a return on that investment? Because I think sometimes people get lost in the cost of solar panels and they essentially pay for themselves. So as we embark on this project, and it might take 2-3 years, but would we, you know, as we get this plan again, maybe in a year, would we have like a chart that says, yeah, we invested this much, but look, we got $80 million back? Because I also think for some of the people that might not agree with myself, Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Jakes, Commissioner Alam, if we could show them this is actually going to bring in some capital, that might be interesting too. So it is just a thought.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think partnering with the companies in Durham that do a lot of different things is a great idea. So I'm been starting to keep a list myself when I see these headlines of these new companies coming in of who they are, what are they doing. So I think that's a great suggestion. As far as return on investment, yes, we will see it. It's not going to be in 2 or 3 years. It's going to be a while out. But we do have a spreadsheet that, again, is like, who knows what those costs are in the future, but it does sort of lay out. And honestly, the fleet is the area that we have the most potential for the quickest return on investment because gasoline and diesel are expensive. Maintenance on internal combustions are expensive. And so the fleet, I think, is really where we're going to start seeing savings much more quickly. Still not going to be 2 or 3 years. But we do have some years that really are looking almost, you know, neutral, at least as far as what we're paying and what we're getting back. As the cost of energy goes up, you know, whatever we're generating here, you know, that's saving money that we wouldn't be, that we would have normally been spending. So yes, that's part of all the analysis we've done, and it will be part of the updates we do as things change in the future. And we start saying we implemented this. Now, what are we saving? How much is that saving us? We do have a program to track our energy use in our facilities and at the wastewater treatment plant. And we have the ability to say, we made this change on this date and to actually see what the impact is of that change, you know, pretty quickly. So yes, we will be looking at that and reporting it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So,
Montreal, I want the board to
I was just going to call on you, Montreal. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been in this business now with regards to our performance contracting. And so we're looking at energy savings daily with regards to how we are performing in stipulated buildings that have major activity in them. And I think Tobin can profess to the fact we have been monitoring the energy consumptions of our buildings and using environmentally effective materials in our building. And you have also recently approved, and Jay will profess to this with regards to the youth home. The youth home will be very different with regards to how we are actually monitoring that building and caring for that building. So you've already made investments in this plan, and there'll be others coming to you in our budget this year, when you look at the fleet, you'll be, I think, pleasantly surprised with regards to the number of vehicles that we're talking that are either electric vehicles or are hybrid vehicles, and where it really counts, like in the fleet of your sheriff's office. So we're on track to try and meet these goals. So I just wanted you to be reassured. We're in the plan. We're in the plan. We've been working the plan. Our performance contracting is 5 or 6 years old now. So
it's an 8-year
invested into this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mo. So I do have a question, commissioners, and Jay as well. There's so much conversation around this. Now it will come to us again on the 14th to vote on it. Doing that, at that time, the community will not have an opportunity to voice input. So, you know, there's so much conversation about community not knowing about things. I'm just voicing this as to what do we do to ensure that the community have the input into this plan, or do you think they've already had enough input? That's my question.
If I could offer a couple of thoughts, Chair, and I appreciate the question. As you know, we have I don't need to tell you or your colleagues that we have a very engaged community.
Yes.
To do so would probably be quite redundant, in fact. I think number one, I think this is a topic on which the vast majority, maybe not 100%, but the vast majority of folks, I think, would feel supportive of our transition this way, that this is the right thing to do. Durham's got a long history of being a good environmental steward community and things of that nature, and embracing environmental stewardship. So we would feel that they would probably see this in that same light. To your point, we're certainly glad we're going to find ways to make sure that those who care to see the documents. I think Vice Chair Jacobs asked for a hard copy. Now I have to tease you there, Vice Chair, and say I don't know how many trees we're going to cut, and the chainsaw is going to let some emissions out for that, but we'll do it. But regardless, we'll find ways to distribute the plan, and I think to that end, we're going to we'll work with our colleague Deborah Craig Ray and her folks to try and get some attention on it. We do believe that through some of the other boards, the EAB and others who, along the way, because this has been this is probably like a year and a half overnight success to get here to this point. So it's not something we just pulled, but I think we have some venues there to maybe get that word out, if you will. And then again, if we're updating every 2 years, that gives those inflection points where if the community has a concern or wants to see a change, we'll certainly have a way to reflect that. This isn't in concrete for the next 50 years, if you will, other than the goals.
Okay. Interim Manager Hager.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
I had one sort of final feedback loop. The plan is phenomenal. And the second part is the financing and implementation, which will allow another feedback loop through our CIP process. As you know, we're about to bring some plans to the board, and that will be another time that the community will be able to weigh in not only on this particular initiative, but others that are in the plan. So as Jay said, we have many ways that individuals can give feedback, but I did want to bring that up, and that will happen in upcoming weeks and months.
And finally, if I could just add, kind of in addition to what Jay said, I've been talking about this now, really since you all adopted that resolution. So I'm asked to speak several times a month. I'm speaking on Wednesday It's virtual now, but more people even can engage with it, I think, when it's virtual. But so in addition to talking at the Environmental Affairs Board about this several times, and it has been before the county commissioners at least 2 times prior to this, although not with the plan finalized, admittedly. But I talk to everybody about it all the time. So now, is that hitting everybody? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so there's always more to be done. And as Jay said, we're going to work with Deborah Craig and her team on and getting this even more widely.
And thank you, Tobin, and thank you, Interim Manager Hager. I just bring that up because we have just been having so much conversation about the community not knowing about things, and the fact that we are still meeting virtually just makes it a little bit more difficult for our citizens to communicate with us. So just taking every opportunity that we can to ensure them that we do want their participation and their input. Okay. All right, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and I'll send it out to everyone. But yes, kudos to Tobin. She is participating along with the Durham Public Schools Sustainability Officer and the Crystal Dreisbach from Don't Waste Durham. She's participating in the Ignite series with the Jewish Community Center in a talk this week. So thank you, Tobin, for being out in the community and helping to get the word out about this. Appreciate you doing that.
Commissioners, Vice Chair, I'd like to tag on. That's a great point. And Chair Howerton and other commissioners, if you know of a particular community group who maybe they approach you through your travels as you move about the community in your work and say, hey, I've got a question on this renewable energy plan, or how do I get information? As always, please let us know. As the staff, we're glad to help, those particular groups get the information they need to communicate back. They're sort of, in many cases, the leaders of those groups are sort of community ambassadors, if you will. And we, want them to feel comfortable and feel like they've got the information to supply the factual based information to their own constituents, if you will. So if you hear of groups or are approached by that, by all means, let us know.
All right. Thank you, Jay, Tobin, and Montreal. Thank you so much for this awesome presentation, and all the staff work and the consultants that you're working with is a lot of work. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we are down to commissioners' directives. The board is requested to review staff follow-ups regarding previous issued directives. And Drew Cummings, Chief of Staff, is available for any questions or concerns.
Good morning, commissioners. I think the item has already been sufficiently introduced. You've got the 2022 directives, which include a tab for leftovers from the previous year. Monica and I continue to work together to get these input as quickly as possible and as accurately as possible, and kind of farmed out to the relevant staff if they haven't already picked up on them. So with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Questions from commissioners? I don't see any hands. All right, thank you so much, Drew.
All right, take care.
The next item is 220077, Commissioner comments. This is a time for commissioners, any interest or concerns that the board may have that they want to take a couple of minutes to discuss at this time. Commissioner Burns.
Mine are really quick in my head, so we'll see if they're gonna be quick for everybody else. So I know you all saw last week. We talk about internet, we talk about broadband. We thought the money was never gonna come, and then the grant application opened. So staff, blame me for what I'm about to say. There's $350 million grant that the governor opened up last week for rural broadband. And from my understanding, our areas, our Rougemont, our Bahama, we're in these rural census tracts. These are competitive dollars. No county can get more than 4 million. I want 4 million. So if there's, and the application might close soon. There's another act. And so anyway, it's the rural broadband grant. It's $250 million. I see some of you all writing it down. So I want us to go after some of those dollars, especially as we think about our budget and ARPA funding. If we can do that, and that even offsets a little bit of our costs, because we know the cities and the schools are going to be making investments. And we know that even though we try these pilot projects with Musk, with Elon Musk, we need broadband out there. So there's that grant application. The Good Jobs Challenge, which I really wanted us to apply for, is due on Thursday. So I know Guilford County is applying for it, and I was going to say to the board today, I would love for us to endorse it. They're going after $20 million. This is EDA money, but it is due on Thursday. So I'm not going to do that to anybody. I mean, there's a part of me that says I'll take a couple of days off and we'll all burn the midnight oil. I'm not going to sit here and say I haven't, taken 3 days and a coffee injection and done a grant application. I'm not going to put that on anybody else. But if someone's feeling froggy, call me, because EDA does have a Good Jobs grant, and I would love for us to go after it and maybe partner with the city on workforce. The only other one that I did want to bring up that we have, there's some really great events going on with the library. And when I say with the library, I'm not just talking about any library. For Black History Month, they have some great trivia games going on. They're doing Black superhero trivia. They're doing a quiz bowl. I know that we often mention these things, but I just want to remind staff, for this month, next month for Women's History Month, it will be hard to highlight all events, but if we can, I want it to be like whack-a-mole. I would love to see on our social media where we're sharing everything, because it's just too much. I can think even some of the events that DeWarren mentioned last month during MLK, they were not until this month. So the tours, things that Stagville are doing, I just want to make sure that we're really highlighting those, because there's so much to the diaspora, right? And we want to make sure that all of it is shared. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, for your comments this morning. I know that wasn't easy, and I appreciate it. The juxtaposition to that facility, to either the slave trade during Black History Month or the Holocaust, and we just passed by Holocaust Observance Month just last week, is highly inappropriate. And I know that took a lot for you to do, and I appreciate that. And I would implore the public to always come to us and ask questions first, because all 5 of the people on this board are very open and transparent about the decisions that we make. And I hope as we move forward that we can do our part to kind of sort of destroy this misinformation campaign and rebuild the public trust in the 5 people that you all put on this board only a few short months ago. And so those are just the things that I want to throw out there today.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Anything for you, Commissioner Long?
No, ma'am, nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Oh, I just thought I'd take this chance to praise Tobin one more time today. I watched the webinar on the local heat island mapping study that Durham participated in, and I know Tobin was very instrumental in Durham's role in that. That as far as like environmental justice goes, local urban heat is one of the biggest contributors to climate change, and it's a health risk. And the higher parts of our city, the higher temperatures can be just one across the street from one another. And that can be due to racist policies that we've had in the past and racist practices we've had in the past. And, strategies were highlighted at this webinar that can help mitigate against these heat differences. And I don't know, I just think it's really important. And it was great to see Tobin being showcased or really one of the main presenters at this webinar. And also I learned from it that Durham County's community health assessment, that we may be one of the only counties that has a chapter on climate change. And I'm very proud of that. Go Durham.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Jacobs, anything for you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. I had that on my calendar, didn't get to watch it, so it sounded like it was great. And Commissioner Burns, I appreciate your supportive comments. And also you're alerting us to grant opportunities. I want to pile on that I did forward to staff an email from Congressman Butterfield about the infrastructure bill, which is also very timely with our renewable energy plan, because there are a lot of grant opportunities in there related to purchasing electric vehicles. And so I do hope that we will look at ways to take advantage of some federal funding also to reach some of our goals. And lastly, I just want to give kudos to our staff. There were a number of items on our consent agenda today where, staff had acted quickly to get things bid out and to take advantage of repairs or pricing and lock in pricing because of the escalating costs. And so I accepted, we heard a policy from Sean, an apology from Sean about, not getting a permission from us in advance. But I just want to say thank you because again, there were a number of items that we've seen recently where our staff has acted very quickly because of the reality that we are in related to costs. So again, my gratitude for that.
Okay, so commissioners, this time, we don't always have an opportunity to do this, to have the comments, and I try to move the agenda along so that we stay on time pretty succinctly. And so we had we had the time to do that this morning it's afternoon now, but we are within our allotted time to give you time to be able to talk for a few minutes and bring some things forward that's not on the agenda. I just want to mention our legislative goals conference, National Association of Counties, is coming up starting on Saturday, and we'll go through the Thursday of next week. So I know that a couple of us are attending that, and I feel comfortable in going. The procedures as they have put in place have been, if you're going into the conference, you have to wear a mask, you have to show your card that you've been vaccinated. Any of the restaurants you're going into, DC has put all those things in place. So I feel comfortable like that. I think Commissioner Burns has mentioned that. I think she's going to attending. And we'll get to interact with representatives from Capitol Hill that are talking about things that may impact our county. So if you have anything you want to say about that, Commissioner Burns.
The only thing I will say, I don't know who else is going or who else is registered. I'm actually excited about the agenda. So they're going to allow some of the portions to be hybrid and allow people to look at them online. I would just say, I think that for some of the people who are coming, there are some North Carolina connections that we have there. Like one of the speakers is our very own Michael Reagan. Like how did we get lucky, from EPA, especially when there are so many lawsuits going on right now in North Carolina. And we have an EPA regional headquarters that is actually in our county. So we're in a position to really talk to him. Yeah, I've sent letters to, the staff saying, hey, we want some FaceTime. Well, can't get FaceTime with Nancy Pelosi, but then I know that there are a number of rural development grants that we are working on, a number of rural development grants. And I was surprised to see they have the chief of staff, the undersecretary, like in small breakout sessions, like not even in the big one. So you can really get in the room with 20
Yeah.
people. And I think that there's just some grants that are open right now. It's funny that you mentioned Congressman Butterfield, Commissioner Jacobs. So once a month, Rural Development puts out their grants list. And so you can actually look and put your congressman in and see what happens. And so, you know, Congressman Price, I saw his name next to a couple of things. And I remember Commissioner Carter last year, we put in application, and it's not up yet, for just a couple of months ago for a value added production grant. So these are the kinds of conversations I'm looking forward to having while we're up there. So, and EDA is going to have a representative. So maybe we get some more help with our with the center that we just opened. So with the aseptic center. So nobody needs to worry about what I will be doing while I will be up there.
Yeah.
I have highlighted this 22-page agenda. So if anybody else is going, we can help me split up my time. I would appreciate it. But yeah, it should be good.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Burns. So this brings us to the close of this part of our agenda, and we want to thank the community for watching and listening in. So we're going into closed session at this time. So the board is requested to adjourn into closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or condition of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee of prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee pursuant to GS 143-318.11A16. I will entertain a motion for approval to go into closed session.
So moved, Madam Chair, for the matter stated.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Jacobs. I will, clerk, if you, roll call.
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. Oh, it's approved. We are moved into closed session. Thank you.
Monica, you're back.
I'm here.
To the general public, she didn't really go anywhere. I was just happy to see her. Again, public service announcement. She didn't go anywhere. I was just happy to see her. They got lost in the internet.
I think so.
It's just, and we don't even have a quorum. Well, Heidi's up there. Me and Commissioner Lam like, okay, quorum.
Neither of us are chair or vice chair.
Can't do a thing. But sit here and be very pretty. So that's what we do. Monica, Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Lam, we just don't sit here and be right. The little rascals, that's what we will see. I'm actually, I know this is gonna sound random. He said 9 months. I'm gonna be looking for those ambulances that we get. You're right. I want to see what one looks like. Love that they're American made. Like there's so many things that we can talk about those. And the fact that we got nice ones that are on renewable energy. So
We got stealth power.
if these things pick up and fly to Duke Health, I'm quitting show business. That is what I'm gonna do with my time. What do you do? Pay for flying ambulances? My spare time. That's what I do. But it is neat. I mean, you go to have you seen some of the bigger ones like the life flight units? They're always plugged in because you got to be able to bring somebody back. So I just like that we got energy coming from more than one place. Pretty sure somebody at EMS is like, she has no idea what she's talking about.
I want a new computer. Can I have a new computer? Can I just get a new computer, please? Please, Monica.
Our budget
I will work on it. You
at the right
definitely.
time.
I don't see why not. If we can afford Mercedes ambulance.
Ford.
Well, what we got now.
Right.
So commissioners, we and staff, we met in closed session, gave directions to staff, no action is needed. So if I can get a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. A second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Carter, second by Commissioner Plum to adjourn, and we'll have our clerk call the roll.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. 5-0, we are adjourned.
All righty. Just a quick reminder, Chair and Vice Chair, we do have agenda prep immediately following. I'll send a reminder email so you'll receive it, but it has been added to your calendars.
So do we stay here or do we go out?
We go out, there's a new link.
Okay.
All right, thank you.